What's good, everybody? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? We're live. We're live. Let me give a shout out in the chat. Shout out in the chat to everyone that's here. What's up? What's up? What's good, Charizard? Centipede. What's up? What's up? Carrots here. What's up? Camera quality's insane. Good. Yeah, we got the high quality camera. It's basically a you gotta get like one that's got like 60 FPS. It's pretty good. It's good. Goose to Brave. They also lost their funding for Marathon, to my knowledge. Where did you hear that from? Pineapple? Sindre Rivari. Hope you're having a good day. I am Pineapple. I am. It's good. Goose to Brave. Zombie Inside. Tony Hayabusa. Streaming late the last 2 days. I was streaming late the last 2 days, but now we're back onto the usual-ish schedule. It's good, Centipede. It's good, Rick. It's good, Icer. Tech Memphis. We're doing great, man. We're doing great. Bunch of layoffs. It's Jover, dude. Hey. Let's see here. Oh, this is interesting. Oh my good Lord in heaven above. We got so much news to cover. Oh my God. There's only so much news I can take in one given day. Oh, good Lord. Who's ready? Lock in, dude. Allegedly 50% layoffs coming. That ain't looking good. Silent Killer has gifted a sub to Stream Elements. Thank you very much, Silent Killer. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right, chat. Lock in on the news. Here we go. All right. It's go time. We have an update on this wild rumor that is spreading like wildfire right now, which says that about 50% of Bungie's workforce is going to be laid off, around 400 employees. Now, this is obviously a massive layoff, especially for a company that once bolstered 1,600 employees. We do know, of course, that Destiny 2 has met its demise. It has received its final update. The end of service has begun for Destiny 2, and technically there's about 400 employees working on that side of the game. So it's not too wild or unbelievable to see them mostly get laid off, right? You're going to need at least a few people for a skeleton crew to keep the servers alive, but it would seem as though they might be getting the axe around July 1st. That's what the rumor says right now. We actually have an update, though, on the situation. If you don't know this, all of this information came to us from a journalist that spilled the beans. And Paul Tassi, we know, has an insider at Bungie, and he has a video that just went live 7 minutes ago It says the bad news. So here we go. He says, well, lots of talk about Bungie layoffs and final Destiny 2 hotfixes, but people want to know if this great update has changed anything about the future. I don't want to crush your dreams, but
All right, I'm back.
the marathon shirt on? How much did they pay you? I got to know, how much did they pay you? You're pulling up with that marathon shirt? Dude, that's crazy right now.
With another Destiny 2 video, and not a fun one. I've been relentlessly positive about the update, which I still am. And there is good news in the sense that it is very cool to see that Destiny has maintained over 125,000 concurrent players every night for the past week since the update dropped.
This is awesome.
Let's say double that at minimum on console, and it's a big hit, obviously. But, there's some rumors going around about what's happening with Bungie. There's stuff out of Bungie, and then, this idea of, well, this is a hit. Like, what happens now? Like, okay, so it's a lot of bad news. Some of this is like already
Not that it's a lot of bad news. God damn it. I can't handle this right now.
public information. Some of this is like me poking around. But there was this thing going around from a French journalist who I don't know, who said that 50% of Bungie is being laid off soon. I am not confident in exact percentages, so I'm not going to like confirm that, but there are going to be significant layoffs at Bungie, unfortunately. This is not the first time this has been said.
It's over, boys. It is so over. Bah, we were holding out that they might not lay off the Destiny team so that they could give them a chance to green light and cook a Destiny 3. It ain't looking good. It ain't looking good. I'm about to play my tiny violin once more.
I think I said this earlier. Jason Schreier said this with his piece. And I mean, it's inevitable given the situation that we're in. If you discontinue, your biggest game, which at least half of your employees are working on, and you do not have a greenlit project to switch them to, you are not going to throw like 300, 400 devs over to Marathon, which they've already moved some over. And then there's just, what do you do with them in their view other than lay them off? Like the whole point of this Bungie stuff is that they are burning cash and they are unprofitable and paying hundreds more people to even go work on Marathon if you're, say, throwing all your eggs in the Marathon basket.
Which is a good point he brings up. And someone said in the chat that when you're starting a new project, an incubation stage of a project, it's usually a much smaller team that's working on the project. So it's not unfeasible that a Destiny 3 could still get cooked up even after the layoffs, because you don't need 400 people to incubate or begin the early stages of development of a project. You need like 400 or more people for the last stage, which is production. You're going to need a lot of people to finish it and get it over, the line and make sure that the game, ships on time. So while it doesn't mean it's for sure over for a Destiny 3, it's definitely not good news. The optics don't look very good, right? And this is obviously going to hurt the sentiment towards Destiny 2 to some degree. It's also going to hurt Marathon, obviously, and Bungie's reputation. It's not a good look. It's not good optics overall for Sony as well. Like, they've purchased this company now, and they've just completely shed more and more devs, failed more and more projects, to the point where they're just left with just the literal ashes of what was once a great video game company.
Or having them do something that literally just got greenlit, when something like that would require more of a smaller team to get started. Like, they're not going to do that. And this leads into the second obvious conclusion that if you lay off all of the Destiny team, or, if you don't lay them off and just move them, there is no one to continue Destiny 2 content and no one to start making Destiny 3. Uh, Even in the wake of this well-performing update, I asked by sources, like, is there anything that this has done to, like, kind of move the needle, to change things based on, like, how well this has been received, like how many people are playing. Destiny's been third in, like, Steam revenue for pretty much a week. I think it dropped a little today.
So the question he asks his inside source at Bungie is, after everything we've done, after the petition, after an insane turnout, after all of the monumental effort that we have done, has this made any difference? And the answer is,
Like, is there anything, that has changed? And the one word answer I got back is no. So all of this is kind of already.
we're cooked. We are it's looking bad, my dudes. It's looking really bad. It was already looking bad. We were huffing the copium, but it's looking worse now. Now that we've had time to try to sell Sony, sell the world that there's this big audience, and that even in the face of that, it ain't looking good. This sucks, dude. This sucks. We failed. Guardian down. Mission failed. We'll get him next time. I don't know, man. It's a tough situation. I want to believe that even if the answer is no from Bungie specifically, or from Sony at this time, I want to still believe, and I choose to still believe, that the IP of Destiny is a valuable one, because we proved it. We proved it with this outcome, right? We proved it with a petition that hit almost 400,000 signatures. We proved it with over 1 million players logging in during the worst time ever. I don't even know how many times we multiplied the population, right? From where it was before the June 9th update. We have proven that there is an audience that wants this thing. It's just, can a company create a budget that matches it and is sustainable? That's really the big question right now. That's the elephant in the room. And it would seem as though Bungie says no, and maybe Sony says no to Bungie specifically, but that doesn't mean that there aren't other avenues or other potential ways in which this thing can live on.
Set in motion. It's already done. I don't know exactly the timeline for these layoffs, but I don't know. Sometime in the next month or two is most likely, because what, now that this is released, what are people working on?
Yeah, what are think about this. What are the artists working on right now? Like, there's no art to make right now. Like, everything is just in maintenance mode. There's obviously a bunch of glitches in the game, and you're going to need a security team to, keep cheaters out of trials and comp to some degree. Other than that, though, it's mostly, entering maintenance mode, and you therefore need a team for maintenance mode, a skeleton crew. You don't need, 200 plus artists. Unfortunately, they're going to be getting laid off or moved over to the Project Marathon, or maybe integrated into other projects. I mean, that's the only logical outcome.
Also in July, you're going to see some amount of leadership, or like OG Bungie people, depart the company. Probably, not laid off, because this is because the various deals people have, their Sony shares or profit or whatever vests, so they can, get out of the deal and go do something else, earning lots of money. And we've already seen some people do this. Like the Chris Barrett lawsuit is kind of based around this, because, like, he was fired, allegedly or whatever, for cause, and that's still in courts, and then he was denied some big payout because of that, and he's that's kind of that whole thing. But if there's no controversy, you leave, and you get X amount of money or whatever. It could be marathon people too. I'm not even sure, but if that happens, it might happen somewhere in July, and that may not be alongside layoffs per se, but it's all going to kind of happen, I think, kind of around the same time. And it's just like, there are zero indications, publicly also, that this is going to continue on. DMG keeps posting about, like, the last hotfix, and, like, we know this is the last update, but they're literally about to, like, do the last update or hotfix for the game.
Whoa.
In terms of, like, fixing.
That's going to be crazy. Whatever the last hotfix is, that's the forever meta. They won't have the budget to update things anymore. This could get disastrous. Could you imagine if the game is left in a state where the meta is like completely busted? Like there's just I mean, I guess that would be truly Destiny 2, right? That would be one of the the ways to do it. The game launched busted and it finished busted. So maybe that's how it goes. We start with cheese, we end with cheese. But it would be nice, I guess, in a theoretical world that we could have everything functioning. The problem is with a game like Destiny, there's so many moving parts that given enough time and effort from people, you've got people like Cheese Forever, and I'm not throwing him under the bus here, but you've got people that their entire life is dedicated to exploring and finding these cheeses and these exploits. And one way or another, they're going to find something, right? They're going to find a little crack in the system. They're find a hole in the wall and a loophole or a bugged thing, and they're going to post about it, and then everyone will know. And when they know, then everyone's going to use it, and then Bungie has to fix it. But if there's no Bungie around to fix it, then that just becomes the forever glitch, right? And that's going to be very interesting to see what happens there. I feel like there needs to be at least several hotfix stages so that way we can I feel like after 3 or 4, we would be at a state where most of the big ones are gone. Because here's the thing, if there's some little tiny glitches, where, Radiance is doing 5% more of a buff, it's like, okay, sure, who cares? Or if something is doing 5% less of a debuff or anything like that, it's like those things suck, little tiny bug, etc. But if there's like, you see every raid boss right now is being hurled off the edge of the map, like the cheese is insane, right? That's probably not the best state to leave Destiny 2 in, but also if they don't have anyone to pay to update it, then that's kind of the only option they're left with. This is crazy.
Bugs and stuff with gear or whatever, to the point where he's like, yeah, pretty much anything going forward is just going to be if there's some sort of like game breaking crash. So they are not even keeping, forget supporting Destiny 2 with some kind of, they're not even keeping a small team around to do like the bare bones of what it would require to, keep this game from breaking, at least through content or gear issues or whatever. Like it's going to just be done. And all of this is, near term. I've said before that my optimistic view is that I think the Destiny IP still has life in it, whether that is in a new kind of different project that gets eventually greenlit, incubated, or if it is Destiny 3 in the very, very far flung future. But for now, it's like over. I mean, I think there's reason to play Destiny for a long time, given what they've added. If you're enjoying it, I think there's lots to do that's fun. I just wrote about how you can grind out 1,000,000 cosmetics from engrams if you want. But in terms of Bungie support, there will be zero. And it sucks because I know people see these numbers and they're like, well, surely this much must be changing hearts and minds over there at Bungie leadership and at Sony. And like, it hasn't. I maintain that I think this is stupid. Not even, this isn't even totally a dig against Marathon in terms of like picking the right horse, blah, blah, blah. And, there are real issues there about like, okay, the cost of supporting Marathon is going to be less than the cost of supporting Destiny. That said, that has its limits. If you're still paying, 300-400 people to work on Marathon, that's not cheap, no matter like what the level of content is you're adding. But like, it's always about just total dollars and cents. And like a lot of this is a wider industry problem. Like we're hearing all these reports of like just insane budgets and like a lot of these aren't verified, but it's like, oh, Gears of War costs 400 million and Perfect Dark costs 800 million and a Destiny 3 would cost 500 million. And like, even if those aren't exact numbers, they're probably not out of the realm of possibility. So we are going to be scaling back in many, many ways. And it is frustrating to see that this is not happening with other somewhat similar games. Warframe is just going to live forever, but that has found a way to retain its player count to a significant degree. And then I just posted about like, I didn't even realize this, the Division.
It's like the tortoise versus the hare, dude. The tortoise the Warframe devs doing the tortoise route, they're just slow, consistent updates, right? Just keeping the player base happy. Game's fully free to play. And then Destiny 2 just sprinting as fast into its grave as possible.
Just launched the Division 2 just launched a huge update. and is continuing to make at least some amount of content, and that as well they are making
The Division 2 is getting some news right now. We recently covered that a few months ago, and apparently there was like 5 devs working on that. So that's crazy. If the Division 2 update is hitting different, we'll definitely hop over and try it.
the Division 3, and this is Ubisoft, not exactly the best project managers on a good day, and yet somehow Sony and Bungie cannot make this work, which, like, seeing this update, it feels like there has to have been a way forward to some degree, even if it was reduced. If they fixed so many of the things that were wrong with the launch of the Portal and Edge of Fate and stuff, even if it was smaller content, I think that they could have probably reduced costs enough to make Destiny Living On something that they should at least consider. Totally atomizing the entire team down to like the people who do hot fixes seems incredibly short-sighted and reeks of just horrific mismanagement of Bungie and this franchise that is like an all-time live service franchise in an era where you are allegedly trying to look for live service hits. And like, I know Sony got fleeced by, Pete Parsons and the Bungie leadership in terms of like it being very overvalued, but like they're still valuing it like a $3 billion asset somehow, even with all these, impairment losses. And it just seems so counter to everything else they're doing. They've lost outright just hundreds of millions of dollars on these other live service offerings. I cannot see anything in the pipeline that seems like it's going to be a live service hit for them, whether that's Fair Games or the Horizon
Fair Games is an absolute dumpster fire waiting to happen.
Hunter's Gathering. It has plenty of problems with its
The Hunter's Gathering, that one is going to be the Concordian prophecy fulfilled.
single player games, like Naughty Dog not making an entire game for an entire console generation, and one that's going to cost, I don't know, that's probably $400 or $500 million or whatever. And that is going to be a game most people play for 40, 50 hours and then move on, with no microtransactions. So, great. But if you're going to put that kind of motion behind that sort of game, and you're not going to do that with what would almost certainly be a profitable live service, like if you could get costs even remotely in line, that seems crazy to me. But all of the seeming crazy, all of this, like, us being aghast that like this hasn't moved the needle and that these layoffs are moving forward and that support for the game is just being obliterated. As of now, like, that's what's happening. And not to say that things cannot change, but we are getting really close to some likely deadlines for, these layoffs and end of support and things like that. And we're too far down the road, I think, for that to be reversed. And even if this update managed to get this many players and, septuple the player count temporarily, it's just not enough to be for like a week of that or a month of that is not going to be enough for Sony to greenlight a $500 million game. Like that is not going to move the needle specifically. I'm not sure there would have been a number. I think this could have broken the all-time concurrent peak and they still probably wouldn't have done it. Like, I don't think we really had a chance here as much as we wanted to support things. And then there's this whole debate about like, should you support Marathon or hate Marathon?
Answer is no.
Or whatever. I don't know if either option really matters. I think it's better to support Marathon just because it's less shitty. Like, I know everyone thinks I hate Marathon, but like, I'm just really reporting the numbers, which are not good. And other than just like rooting for Marathon to fail, in which case Bungie absolutely shuts down. And then there's the idea, like, if Marathon is great, then they'll just make more Marathon. Probably true, maybe, but it's better than Bungie not existing at all.
No, definitely strongly disagree with this one. And you're not going to put people into a psyop where you think that, oh, let's go play this game I don't want to play so that way I could maybe one day get the game that I actually do want to play. It's just not going to work. And I get it. You don't want to see Bungie shut down. You have friends at Bungie. You have people you care about. And it's not a personal thing. It's not like I personally want to see people that work at Bungie suffer or not have a job. I mean, that's horrific, right? Like, people have families, for crying out loud. But the ideas and the failure and the mismanagement and the culture that Bungie created that led to their own demise it's important that it die in some ways, right? Like it's important that if you're going to mismanage a thing so poorly that it does lead to this. You don't just always get a get out of jail free card where people will just hurl money at you just because they like the thing you once made 10 years ago. It doesn't you can't keep going back to that well and getting more and more from it. Eventually that well runs dry. And for Bungie, I do feel that it has ran dry for them and that their goodwill within their own community has been diminished to such a degree that I don't know that that it's reparable at this point in time. And you don't need to go play Marathon. You don't need to spend money on Marathon. This isn't going to move the needle in a meaningful way, in my opinion. I think you should, vote with your wallet, play the games you want to play at all times, of course, and see where the dice lands, essentially, right? If Bungie does go up and Marathon does die, then there's a reason for that. And there's a lesson to be learned there, right? And maybe the future iterations of Bungie's projects will learn that lesson emphatically. And maybe they will realize the error of their ways and not do the things they did that led Marathon to be a disaster, not do the things they did that killed Destiny 2, right? I think this is important at a certain point. And it's not that I'm like advocating, like, yes, let Bungie die, let's kill Bungie or something like that. I'm not advocating for that. It's just that when you do bad things, you should get the bad outcome, right? We shouldn't just always bail them out. And so I don't even think that we have the option to. I think that we're almost like, shaking our fist at the clouds at this point in some ways, because we're talking about such a massive effort that it would take for Marathon to sustain itself, and you're just not gonna see that. Right now, its numbers are just beyond abysmal. It's doing terrible in every way, shape, or form, so it's probably done. Marathon's done, Destiny's done, and Bungie's done. And can there ever be anything in the future? Maybe, maybe not. It depends on if Bungie wants to learn from this or if they want to just, reboot another project, Marathon 2 or some other thing that the audience didn't ask for, Like that would be poetic for Bungie to launch a new project and it be another thing that no one asked for instead of a Destiny 3 or even a Destiny 1 remastered, right? How funny would that be?
There are, of course, larger questions about the state of the IP, if Sony could sell that somehow or put a different team on it that is cheaper, like outsource it. I don't know. That's all like pie in the sky stuff that we have no real idea about. It's just speculation. But on the ground, what's
We do know it's possible to at least license the IP because we know that NetEase is doing this right now. NetEase has Guardians roaming around, and there's the Traveler, and there's, it's all the lore and the story, just on a different timeline. And so it's definitely possible to strike a licensing deal. And from what we know, at least from public information, that licensing deal was like $100 million. So if anyone out there has a cool 100 million sitting around, okay, Elon Musk just became the world's first trillionaire. Maybe he can pull this off, right? I joke, of course, but $100 million, you get the licensing deal. $500 million, you hire the team. You're going to be in the hole quite a bit just to launch a Destiny 3. And it sucks. It sucks because we're in a really rough timeline right now, and it's hard to see a way out. But there are possible options. It's just it's gonna take a lot, right? It's gonna take a lot to pull this off. I really want to know what Sony thinks about Destiny as an IP, though. That's what I want to know. Everything aside, I want to know if they're like, this thing is valuable, we'll reboot it later, let's license this thing out. Is anyone even interested? Where are they at with that? It would be so cool to get to ask them. Of course, they're not going to answer that at this point in time, but that would really be the $1 billion question, right?
happening now is we have a really great update to play for as long as we want. Game is in the best state of spend in years, and it's dead, at least in terms of new content, in terms of greenlit future stuff. Like this is it. And unless something just wildly dramatic changes,
No,
which, like It's a Wonderful Lifestyle, like it's nothing we can really do matters outside of like showing all the people that worked really hard on this at Bungie that we really love what they made and that we're going out on a good note here. I think that's important. There's there's an article in Aftermath. It's a newsletter where they interviewed a bunch of ex Bungie people and like what they're all proud of and stuff. And like it's really, kind of touching to read. And even I underestimated this update. I previously I heard about it. I'm like, oh well, Monument of Triumph is just going to be like upgraded moments of Triumph and like nothing they were talking about sounds like crazy good. And then they talked about a lot more stuff. And I heard from people like working on this, and they're like, hey, like don't be an asshole. Like this is a ton of stuff. And I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. And then it's like, oh no, shit, I was very wrong, and this is awesome. So that was, it's been very cool to see. I've really enjoyed this, just totally obliterating my expectations. Um, and I don't know. I plan to play this for a long time. It may be in and out. It may be just stupid things that I want to do, like collect all the catalysts or whatever. But I'm not ready to just leave it behind forever. Um, but like, there's no way that we're going to see it live on in like the way it needs to. Over time, you add no live updates to a game, player count will drop, matchmaking will get harder, et cetera, et cetera. Friends will leave, and I think it's always going to be frustrating. And I guess the moving through the stages of grief to acceptance. Like I guess we have to get to acceptance, but I don't think we have to completely erase anger and depression either, because that is something obviously this inspires for very long time fans. If I hear anything different, I guess I may or may not report it. I don't know. Announcing something super early that might just be a whisper of a rumor may not be helpful, but I have been looking into this whole time, and unfortunately, I cannot report back anything good outside of what we see in public, which is the numbers and how good the update is. So, I don't know percents of layoffs and whatever or exact timing, but brace yourself for things not to be good for, I don't know. I don't want to say forever, but it's truly the end of an era, and we will see kind of what Bungie does next, whether that's how they're trying to transform Marathon and whatever, or if they get something actually greenlit for an incubation project. I know I would certainly be interested in that, even if it was something that was years and years away. Hopefully Destiny related, but again, I think this IP is too valuable to just abandon and light on fire
I agree.
forever. It makes no sense to me you would do that. And if anything, I think this outpouring of support and people returning show that people do want to play Destiny. They just needed a reason to come back and play Destiny. And a patch that fixes so many mistakes certainly was a big part of that. But ballooning costs, like huge expectations, and just kind of the industry not really being able to fit something like this without a lot of concessions combines with, perhaps poor decision making, and here we are. So sorry to be a downer. I don't know, kind of usually a downer, and I haven't been about this update, but there's been enough stuff flying around where I thought it was time to make this video. I don't know. I'll get back more into like, I'm doing this fun thing soon, but yeah, for now, I don't know. People are probably going to make news stories out of this and whatever, but most of this is not really news. It's just kind of what we all knew was happening. But
So there it is. That's the breakdown from Paul Tassi on the topic of Bungie and their rumored 50% layoffs. Definitely looking bad. Obviously, rumors are rumors. We don't know the exact details. Things could potentially change, but it would seem as though from insiders at Bungie, people that are talking to Sony and discussing things, that, there is a gigantic axe coming very soon for the Destiny 2 devs, unfortunately. Or at least it would seem Destiny 2 devs. I mean, obviously, it's not going to be the other way around, right? I feel like I've seen some weird narratives where they're like, maybe they're going to fire the other 50%. Maybe they fire the 50% on Marathon and reboot Destiny 2 back to live service. I mean, while I would love to live in that delusional world, unfortunately, that's not what the evidence points towards. Although I do think that actually would be the better outcome. So it's not, I don't know if it's even delusion. It's just that would be the better outcome. However, I don't think that's what Sony seems to have in mind, which is the key here, which is what does Sony think is the way forward from this point? And they seem to think that they're all in on Marathon of all things, right? Which is crazy. And it sucks. We're in the most dire of times. Let me know what you think about the situation, though, down in the comments below. What if it's worse than 50%? I mean, it could theoretically be. I mean, Marathon is struggling, so it could be worse than that. But that's not what the rumors say at this stage in time. It could be, though. That would be rough. That would be even more worse, even more unfortnite like. All right, video in Google Drive in 3 minutes. All right, chat. What's good? The guy said at least 50%. That's true. He did say at least. That is a key detail. That is the detail, indeed. So let's go into the exact details of what's going on here, just so you want to know. This is the article that dropped. We broke the news on the YouTube side of things. We posted a video late last night, so you might have seen that. It came out as one of the top trending posts on Reddit, and it was like a Twitter account, I believe, from a journalist that posted it. And so we broke the news. Bulletin followed up with it, and now Paul Tassi is following up with it as well. All right, here we go. Here we go. It is so over, my dudes. Bungie to lay off at least 50% of its workforce this summer, it's claimed. All right. Bungie could reportedly face major layoffs this summer, with a new claim saying at least 50% of its workforce may be affected. Now, it's obviously going to be the side of the Destiny team, I would assume, right? Could you imagine if it was the Marathon side? Bungie has already had a rough few weeks. Destiny 2 recently received its final live service update called Monument of Triumph. If you haven't played this yet, it is absolutely 10 out of 10. There are some game-breaking bugs, which is, I mean, maybe disrupting the meta to some degree, but hey, most people will appreciate that while they exist, and there's a potential that some of them might exist in perpetuity. Bungie may not be able to issue any more hotfixes. They were just recently talking about their final hotfix, which is crazy because if it's a final hotfix and it doesn't fix some of these issues, then the game could forever be in a glitched or bug state. Can you imagine? That'd be wild. Monument of Triumph, 10 out of 10. It's bringing years of active development to a close. That said, the game is not shutting down, but Bungie has made it clear that this is the end of planned live service content updates for Destiny 2. That final update was not small either. It was a massive send-off for the game, packed with sandbox changes, rewards, and returning content. The update also brought a big jump in player numbers on Steam and other platforms, showing that Destiny still has a loyal audience when Bungie gives players a reason to come back. Just as we said before, it wasn't us, it was you, Bungie. It was your fault. You did this. Right? We wanted to play Destiny. You gave us Matter Spark. You gave us the portal, and you drove us away. And then after driving us away, you said, "You know what? We're waving the white flag. We're throwing in the towel." And we all said, "What? We weren't mad at you like that. We thought you had lost your way. What the hell? We weren't trying to kill the whole thing. We just wanted you to fix the problems and give us some content that we actually wanted to play." Goddamn. But behind that player spike, the bigger picture has not looked good. Bloomberg previously reported that Bungie was planning significant layoffs after the final Destiny 2 update, with no Destiny 3 currently in active development and no new project greenlit for the Destiny team. So that means 400 plus artists and developers sitting around in a studio working on nothing right now, currently, like at this exact moment. When will they get laid off, or when will they get a green light for a new project? It's kind of an interesting topic there, because it should also be said that when a project is being incubated in its earliest stages, you don't need like a massive dev team of 400 plus people. It's a much smaller team that will begin those early stages. It's only until the production stage and then I guess the live service stage that you're going to have those hundreds and hundreds of employees working on the given project, right? So even with the layoffs, it doesn't mean there will never be a Destiny 3, but it definitely doesn't look good. The optics are pretty bad, right? Now we have another report on this front, and it's definitely not looking good. Bungie layoffs could reportedly affect at least 50% of its workforce. This latest claim comes from French journalist Sylvain, who shared on X that Bungie could be hit by massive layoffs this summer. According to him, he has heard that at least 50% of Bungie's workforce could be affected, including both permanent employees and contractors. Yikes. Here is the machine translated statement. And if that wasn't enough, Bungie is expected to face massive layoffs this summer. I'm being cautious with this, but I'm being told that at least 50% of the workforce could be affected, including the permanent employees and contractors, following the end of the Destiny 2 and the situation with Marathon, which, I mean, this isn't like some game, like some, or I almost said game breaking. I've been playing too much Destiny 2. This isn't some, unfathomable news here. Like clearly when Destiny 2 hits its end of service timeline and there's nothing greenlit and even if it was, it's in the incubation stage, right? Then you're going to need layoffs. Had Destiny 3 been greenlit with the final shape, we would be further along that pipeline. We would be 2 years deep into a Destiny 3, which means we could theoretically begin pre-production. It depends on the timeline. And if that were the case, we could keep all of those 400 plus Destiny 2 devs as we enter pre-production and scale up from there as we enter into production and finally ship the game theoretically. And, in this world, maybe 2 years from now, maybe 3 years from now, I don't know. It's hard to say. And those timelines can change and vary quite a bit depending upon the project and the size and the scale of it, right? You never know how big a Destiny 3 would be. We would hope it would be massive, but, given the recent budgeting concerns with a lot of different games flopping, there might be an inclination of a Destiny 3 having a much smaller budget. $500 million, that's a lot. And if that thing were to flop, which hopefully it wouldn't, I don't think it would, but if that thing were to flop, that would be really, really bad. Considering the outcome we've seen from Destiny 2's last update, though, I think it would be hard to mess up. It would truly take the most moronic person on the planet to mess up a Destiny 3 because all you have to do is listen to what the audience is screaming for and do the things that made Destiny 2 successful and avoid the things and the pitfalls that Destiny 2 and Destiny 1 fell into. Of course, take this with a huge grain of salt for now. Bungie and Sony have not officially announced this number, and even Bloomberg's earlier report did not give an exact figure. Still, even if the 50% number ends up being off, it would not be surprising if the final number is high. Bungie has already gone through major cuts. Destiny 2's active development is ending. Marathon has had a difficult road, and Sony has not greenlit a new Destiny project. To put Bungie's workforce situation into perspective, the studio had around 1,600 employees before its first major layoffs in 2023. Look how the mighty have fallen, dude. 1,600 employees, and now we're potentially down to 400. And those 400 are working on Marathon. And you can do a little health check on Marathon. It ain't looking good, boys. It ain't. There's 7,000. It's even worse. I refreshed it and it got worse. This is terrible. This is beyond terrible. Based on the comments from former Bungie Chief Legal Officer Don McGowan, after the 2023 cuts, Bungie was later reported to have around 1,350 employees in January 2024, not including contractors or Sony employees. Things changed again in July 2024 when Bungie announced another round of layoffs, affecting 220 staff members. At the same time, 155 roles were being moved into Sony Interactive Entertainment as part of Bungie's deeper integration with PlayStation. Following those cuts and transfers, Bungie said it still had over 850 team members working on Destiny and Marathon. So we're just shedding players, layoffs here, layoffs there. You're a PlayStation employee, put on your Sony hat and clock in, buddy. And now we're down to 850. And now, of course, Destiny 2's end of service, Destiny 2's demise. And now we're going to be down to potentially 400. And then obviously 400 is probably going to lead to 0 if Marathon continues the way it's going. So this is the timeline. You can see how much we've shed now. and this would leave us with about 425 people if true, if it ends up being a 50% layoff. So if the newly claimed 50% figure is based on Bungie's last known post-restructuring headcount of over 850 team members, it could mean at least 425 people affected, around 72% reduction from pre-2023 layoffs. Again, these are just estimates and speculation and rumors. What do you think about it? This is bad. This is bad news, of course. No one wants layoffs for their favorite game, right? No matter what game you like. If there's a game you enjoy, if the company that makes that game says we're doing a bunch of layoffs, it ain't good, right? It ain't good. And obviously, it's been a series of layoffs for Destiny 2. And I think that the first wave was a wake up call of like, oh, things aren't going as good as they need to be, right? So we laid off that first batch. And then when that second batch came around, that was the real like, shit is really hit the fan. Like, you don't do two waves, 2 rounds of layoffs without things really like you basically the first wave of layoffs didn't do anything to positively move the needle where you needed it to. So the second wave, they swung even harder and yeah, it didn't prove to be any better. And so of course, it's just it gets worse, right? It gets worse and worse with this type of situation, unfortunately. And I wish it would, level out, hit a certain equilibrium, but it seems as though it's not going to be the case. That things are really, really rough for Bungie right now, and it might very well be over with them. It might be fully over. Bungie as a name could be a defunct name and a studio that once created games that is no more. And maybe they'll be dispersed. There will be Bungie devs that work in PlayStation, Bungie devs that are retired, Bungie devs that do their own spin-off projects. It's already been happening if you didn't know, by the way. Bungie and a former Bungie dev, the CEO that made Destiny 1 before Pete Parsons, do you know what he left to go make? We talked about this earlier. This guy worked at Bungie for like 8 years from 2008 to 2016. He made Destiny 1 as the CEO, right? He's not the creative leader or anything. And immediately afterwards, he retired from Bungie and left, and he went on to make Concord. Great. Now, what a beautiful follow-up act, right? How do you go from making absolute peak Destiny 1, like loved game, wildly successful, $500 million on day one, to Concord, which burned $400 million? What an incredible resume that guy has now. What an incredible LinkedIn on. I made Destiny 1 and then I made Concord. Awesome. So obviously these Bungie devs, they will be working on other projects, doing other things, and we'll see what they cook up outside of what is with Destiny and with Marathon. I guess all the bad news hasn't even been delivered yet. I think that's the worst part about it. The elephant in the room is that Destiny 2, of course, is dead. It's not getting rebooted. Even though we had a crazy turnout, it's over, right? We can accept that. We can, accept our fate with that. But now the elephant in the room is what happens to Marathon? Like, when do we get the news of, every end is a new beginning for Marathon? What does that timeline look like? What does Marathon's end of service look like? It's obviously, it's not going to even make it to 1 full year without that announcement, in my opinion. And afterwards, does this game go free to play? Do they fully shut the servers off altogether? Like, this is a very interesting dilemma that we're going through right now. There's a whole entire legislation battle being fought for Stop Killing Games as well, where they're trying to prevent these game companies from ending the games and removing your license to play the game, which is a really fascinating topic that we're going to go into in future videos. If you don't know, some games, especially these live service games, they run their budgets into the ground, right? They burn all their money, much like Destiny 2 has, and then they just flip the switch and turn the servers off on everyone. And it really pisses people off because you paid money for that game, right? You paid money for that game, you bought that. But what they're claiming is that you didn't actually buy the thing, you bought a license to play that game. And so there's this big legislation movement and this big legal battle that's happening right now in various courts, not just in the United States, but elsewhere around the world, where people are advocating for the legal right to, if you buy a game, you should get to play that game forever, like you bought that piece of digital content. They need to leave the game in a playable state, is the whole point, right? You can't just remove their license in an instant, say, oh, you paid money for this thing? Oh, actually, your license is gone. You can't play this anymore. It's not fair. It's not good practice, right? So people are really not happy about that. Obviously, it would have been really nice if we had gotten that earlier before the Red War campaign got sunset. Yeah, man. Why could it? Let's go back. Let's go into a Vex portal and let's go back in time and let's make it so that way we can go back and progress the legislation for stop killing games and make it so the Red War campaign never gets removed from the game. Can you imagine? That would be so much better. That would be a way better outcome. But unfortunately, as you can see how big of an issue this is, Bungie took a piece of content that you paid for, you paid money for, your hard earned money, and they said, your license to this ran out. You don't get to play this anymore. And you're like, wait, what? I paid for this, right? And someone had a really good point online. They said, if buying something isn't ownership, then piracy isn't theft. And I was like, oh, say you need to say, you need to say more. You know what I'm saying? If I spend money on this digital content, right, and I don't own it, then if I steal it from you, I didn't. How could I steal it from you? You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, interesting, very interesting. I was like, this maybe there might be something there. Let me know what you think about the topic down in the comment section below. Where do you think we stand with all of this? See you in the next one. Clip Fama. That's right. That's right. What's good, Giovanni? Shout out in the chat to everyone that's here. What's up? What you doing? What is this, Bug Bar? As we get into our last string of hotfixes, our team is trying to squash as many bugs as possible. You'll see some ability bug fixes next week and a slew of other things touched in a later update. But we are nearing the final delivery of patch notes. Some issues may not be addressed due to risk and live on. Here are some of the questions we're asking ourselves in triage as we process your reports. Could a potential fix break the game further? Can't take it. Could a change / nerf? Oh my god, this is insane. This is crazy. This is absolutely nuts, dude. They're like literally debating. They're being very transparent. I like it. They're basically just like debating what the fuck happens if the little bugs keep happening and they fix them and then it just like breaks other things, dude. What's the point of fixing the Pantheon cheese? Like, seriously, just leave it. I mean, you want the game to be properly playable. I mean, you can just let the cheese exist if you want, but people do want the game to be properly playable. But maybe that's just Destiny's fate, you know? Guardians make their own fate, dude. And our fate was cheese all along. All right, chat. Lock in. We got a big one. Dude, I told you there's a lot of news today. You thought I was fucking red. There's a lot of news today. What's good, Mighty Quinn? But if there's going to be no long-term maintenance, why pull the bugs? Because then if there's bugs right now, you want to beat the activities appropriately, right? Like you want to kill the raid bosses by shooting the weapons and using the builds in the game. Not necessarily always cheesing. It's fine if from time to time it happens. But generally you do want people to play the game properly, but it's okay. Like it's hard to say. I think people will argue one way or the other. It obviously makes the game easier, which is, I mean, we don't want to play the world's most, not everything has to be a contest mode raid, but, there's playing the game as intended, and then there's playing the game easier due to bugs and glitches. Obviously, the Destiny community, we like our bugs and glitches just because it saves time. We're not necessarily trying to grind, but also there's a trade-off with that, right? because if I'll give you a good example, if you really wanted to play the game properly, right, and you show up with a raid team or a fire team finder team, everyone is going to scream at you, just shut up and do the glitch, shut up and do the cheese. You're annoying, you're cringe. We're not going to three-phase this boss just so you can, stroke your ego because you're cracked with your DPS on your hunter, my dude. Just shut up and use the cheese, right? And unfortunately, that's kind of the culture that builds up from a lot of cheesing. And maybe that's the way it is, but sometimes there is some point where you're like, hey, maybe I just want to like, what is it like when you actually do the thing legit, And I don't know. It's a smaller group of people that are even in that category. But yeah. Riven legit was always a thing. 99% of my clan didn't know how. That's true. As I said, people just always like to cheese. That's the thing, is that cheesing in Destiny is a part of the culture. It is, you know, it's inseparable from Destiny 2 because the game is so grindy. The cheese saves time, so you'll always want to cheese and you'll always desire the cheese. But sometimes you want to, I'll give you a good example. When you do a contest raid, the cheeses aren't always available to you. Like, you have to earn your loot sometimes. But I don't know. I don't hate the cheese. I don't mind it. I just think that Bungie should fix it. And if they're not going to fix it, then I guess that's the meta. Whatever the cheese is, that's the meta. This is wild. Bungie might be leaving Destiny 2 in a bugged state. They are wrestling with the idea of how to fix and update this game. They're talking about what they can even possibly do as a final hotfix. And when that does go live, there could still be massive cheeses and exploits in the game. And it's creating quite the controversy. So this is DMG's post just a few hours ago. RE Bug Bar. As we get into our last string of hotfixes, the team is trying to squash as many bugs as possible. So think about that. The last few hotfixes, there's only a few left. Whatever's after that is the forever meta in both PvP and PvE. Once there's no devs to work on the game, right? Like once everyone gets laid off, there's not even the chance to fix something. So keep that in mind. We're getting closer to this moment, and we'll find out what the forever cheeses will be, right? Ironically, in the end, we will be cheesing forever. Cheese forever, Guardian. You'll see some ability bug fixes next week and a slew of other things touched in a later update, but we are nearing the final delivery of patch notes. Dang. That's gonna, dude, I might shed a tear when I read the last patch notes. Some issues may not be addressed due to risk and live on. Excuse me? That's crazy. And when you hear the reasons why, it'll make sense. But just hearing that, you're like, what? Here are some of the questions we're asking ourselves in triage as we process your reports. Could a potential fix break the game further? Can't take it. So, if you don't know, there have been many, many patch notes, many, many bugs fixed over the years. And from time to time, when you fix one thing, you end up breaking another thing. And that can be really problematic because you only have a limited number of hot fixes and a limited schedule of time before you are laid off. So you want to get the game in as close to a playable, functioning state where you're playing the game regularly as intended, right? You don't necessarily want everyone running around shooting some crazy, let's say there was like a bugged sidearm that one-shots everything. While that could be funny for a day or a few hours, right? The Crucible would be pretty weird if everyone's just running around shooting a one-hit kill bugged sidearm, right? Like, that's not really what you want. As a functioning game, at least, like for a player, we're just trying to save time, so we could care less about the cheese. Could a change/nerf enjoyment of the PvE game for the sake of so you got, could a change or a nerf affect the enjoyment of the PvE game for the sake of balance? Interesting. Likely won't take it unless it's egregious or trivializing build crafting. As an example, Truth is a bit too hot, leading to a handful of Guardians just standing around and shooting rockets without a thought in the world. No mods, no build crafting, just toppled raid bosses. We can get a tiny ammo backpack nerf in to at least have folks worry about picking up some bricks during DPS, but we don't want to crater the thing. So basically they're talking about a sandbox balance change where the truth rocket, which is just doing absolutely insane damage to bosses. If you're not going to do the other cheeses, this is, playing the game as intended, using this thing that got buffed, and it's just mowing through bosses. So they might issue a small hotfix to this to put it more in balance and in line with the rest of the sandbox. However, this could affect the enjoyment of the PvE game, right? Some of you are actually really enjoying the Truth Rocket finally being good in PvE for the first time ever in 12 years. Like, Truth has never been a good option in PvE until now. And so people are enjoying that meta switch up, that meta change. And, nerfing it could upset some people, but considering how hot it is and how powerful it is quite the serious outlier. What if an armor set looks a bit buggy? So we're talking about cosmetics now. While we hate some rough edges impacting your style, we may not be able to address it as a rushed fix could tarnish your looks even more. So they go in and try to fix something and something else breaks. What if hunters are one-shotting opponents in PvP? Let's try to get that addressed as soon as possible, tested and released. True. Honestly, what we could do is probably just delete hunters from the Crucible altogether. I'm kind of getting sick and tired of them, especially if they're one-hit kill arc melees right now. Don't even get me started with these damn arc hunters in Crucible right now. What about the Titan bubble or stacking, trivializing all of our endgame difficulty content? Let folks have some fun, but get it patched up before final. Good to know. SRL ties feel a bit frequent. Can we tune them? Well, if that breaks, so what they're saying is that when you do SRL, if you're near the first place position, you'll get like a bunch of ties for first. There's like sometimes three-way ties or even more. And so they're talking about potentially fixing that because there's a lot of ties right now. If that breaks placements, do we have time to revert the change? What about a few months down the road? What if we regret making the change because it's leading to worse experiences with various connection qualities? Leave it as is. Four-way ties are a bit wonky, but kind of fun. In SRL, it's really not that serious. If people get a six-way tie for first place, just let it be, dude. Who cares? Like, do you really have such an ego that you need to win the SRL race? And you're like, I actually was ahead of that person. Like, it's ridiculous. SRL is the least of our concern right now. Players don't like a PvP mode in rotation. Can we change how often it appears? Likely not. Folks may need it for triumphs, or we're seeing more players playing it than players vocally frustrated by it. It'll rotate out after a few days, leave it be. There are many, many combos like these happening daily. There's so many moving parts inside a game like Destiny 2 that you need to address and mitigate so many different issues. Teams doing everything it can to address your reports while setting up for the long haul. After our final patch to be determined, you may see backend server maintenance for general upkeep, but any patch vehicle will be restricted to severe issues like widespread crashes. If we find gnarly Crucible balance issues or one-shot the Pantheon boss with little investment builds, we'll likely lean on disabling items, abilities, or whatever the culprit is for the problem at hand. It's not the best solution, but we have the levers to keep things a bit stable. The finality of all this is a bit rough to get into, but wanted to set expectations appropriately. We aren't going to turn a blind eye to your reports, maybe limited with what we can do, but we'll still try. So basically just letting people know that they're going to issue some fixes and some adjustments, but considering how broken Destiny 2 has been all these years, there will likely be some bugs even after the very final hotfix. Please do not hesitate to continue reporting issues to our help forums over on Bungie.net. Thank you all for joining us for Monument of Triumph. The team was overjoyed with seeing your reactions, videos, art, stories, and love, and many have been loving the moments shared with you in-game. Not all of us are public facing. Every so often, you may have a D2 dev team member emoting you a hug or a heart after overcoming a rough Nightfall boss, and you don't even know it. Whether they're an employee or just a community member, show them some love with your favorite emote too. Appreciate you always. See you out there. So there it is. Bungie addressing some of the final hotfixes that are going to come to Destiny 2. This is such a fascinating conversation and such an interesting dilemma. You have all these moving parts inside a video game like Destiny 2. You've got the Crucible, you have PvE, you have all this endgame, all these builds, you have all these perks, and then you have on the other side a community of people that have truly been cheesing this game from the beginning. All right. I'll be honest with you. I first loaded into this game and I got absolutely destroyed by Vault of Glass. I got my balls busted. And after getting destroyed again and again and again, we came up with a series of strategies so that we could clear this raid. The first of which involved throwing solar grenades at the Templar's feet, which he doesn't really have feet, but at his little tail there. And eventually he would slowly get pushed back off the edge of the map. And I'm not gonna lie, we did that at least a dozen times so that we could clear that raid encounter. And then it progressed into Atheon, and we began pushing Atheon off the map in a similar fashion. That got fixed with Atheon. The Templar got fixed. Then we found new cheeses. We started to find areas that were in the turnback zone area, and we could stay up there and just shoot an icebreaker at the Templar indefinitely. And so we would just stay up, perched up in the middle of nowhere, just shooting icebreaker shots. You know, the cheesing in Destiny has been there from the beginning. It is a core identity. It's a part of the canon timeline of every Destiny Guardian. You must start playing this game and eventually hit the brick wall of difficulty, and then you have to accept the cheese. Right? It's like you're being anointed as a proper guardian of the light when you embrace the cheese. And so, of course, in the death of Destiny 2, there's going to be some cheeses, there's going to be some bugs. And once we finally get that final hotfix, there's going to be people that continue to dig deeper, right? There's entire channels, like we talked about. Cheese Forever is an entire channel that's dedicated to finding cheese and exploits. And eventually they will find something that is game breaking or some huge glitch, and they will talk about it publicly. And once that's shared, then everyone knows. And then that goes from being not just a glitch or a temporary glitch, but that goes into being the meta and how you play the game. Some people will argue, just leave the cheese that's happening in Pantheon right now. I'm seeing these comments in the chat. Just leave the cheese. Let people cheese. Let them beat the raid bosses easily. And that's fine for saving time. And some people will advocate for that. There are others, though, that kind of want to play the game as it's intended, as Bungie intended. They want to actually, have some challenge, like, build craft and put on proper weapons and challenge themselves. But when those cheeses exist, you're basically left with being forced into doing that because, as much as you might want the challenge, people don't really want to load into a raid encounter and spend 3 hours learning the mechanics, building up their damage, testing, and building up their, going through all the phases and all the adversity, basically, with maybe even just some random people on Fireteam Finder, right? They just want to load in, they want to beat it first try and get the loot. And the cheese accomplishes that. So unfortunately, the cheese kind of deters from playing the game as intended, but it's also a big time save, so you can't really hate on it. It's kind of a weird dilemma that we've been wrestling with as Destiny 2 players for many, many years now. And it's always this like an interesting area that's kind of gray where it's like you do cheese, but you also sometimes wish you didn't have to cheese. You kind of wish Bungie would fix these things, so then you had to do it legit. And then doing it legit, it takes so long because it's actually kind of hard. And then you're like, shit, maybe I regret this. Maybe I just like things when they're cheesy because the game's too damn hard. It's been a crazy journey, but that's where we're at with it. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. In the end, I guess all the bugs should try to be fixed to some degree. Yeah, to some degree. Like you wouldn't want to leave the game in a crafting state, right? That'd feel weird. All right, so much going on, my dude. So much news. Anyone have a current video of the Nessus servitor public event? Soft locking? Team's trying to see if we can get this one in for one of the last hotfixes. I know it's been around for a bit. Distortions are just getting folks back in. Got my video things. Damn. Do you see all the recent drama with the Xboxes? Dude, did you see
We've
this?
reached a point where it will be hard to imagine that mass audiences can afford thousands of dollars to spend on a console generation.
Thousands of dollars to spend on a console? Oh, hell no.
I think we will start to see radically different business models that we never expected start to come into orbit later this year. We will continue to look at new business models, I think is what is needed for console, rather than just the most premium, high performance console in the world.
There's a lot of speculation that you're no longer going to be able to own an Xbox, and Microsoft is going to move towards a monthly subscription model to get the console and the games. And there is some evidence for this because Microsoft has already introduced monthly financing plans for new console days. They did this in 2020. This is when everyone started talking about no longer owning anything. And if you look at this, it's actually a pretty decent deal, but you don't own the hardware anymore. You just pay monthly and you get the console bundled with Game Pass. So this is moving away from owning a console and instead just renting it. You will own nothing.
What the hell, dude? Who's about to rent a damn console, dude? What the fuck? Why would renting a console be a more viable strategy than owning the console? I don't understand. Just because I feel like the price point problem, right? You basically get people into like debt where they're like paying it.
That
Big old nope, sticking my old PCs in retro at this point. That's what I'm saying, dude. What the hell? The only thing that they get you with is they get these console exclusives, but the problem is, dude, I ain't buying a damn $2,000 Xbox for fucking Gears of War E-Day. The fuck? Are you high? Ain't nobody paying $2,000 for a damn Xbox just to play Gears of War E-Day. We got to figure something out, dude. These AI data centers are cooking gaming right now, dude. It's so over for all of us, dude. We're all going to be back playing fucking vintage retro games on our fucking Super Nintendos on standard definition TVs pretty soon here. I look at it like a vehicle. You can lease, buy, or rent a vehicle. Okay, this is true. You can go to a car dealership. You can buy a car. You can rent a car like an enterprise. And you can lease a car, right? These are all options. Right? And some make no sense, but people do it. I would rather buy anything else but teach their own. I guess I feel like it's weird if you got an X, like how does that even work though? You go to the store, you pull up to a GameStop and they're like, "Here's your Xbox," and you pay $50 a month to rent an Xbox, like a hardware console. What happens when it breaks? Like like what does that even mean? Like I'm so confused, right? Like when it breaks, you have to pay what the difference, what it costs, right? You take it back and get another one? Oh man. That's where it's going, huh? That's definitely where it's going. I think strategically, it's a smart play because the barrier of entry is lowered so much. Because the idea of spending $2,000 on an Xbox is just way too much. People are just not going to have that. Added security deposits, insurance plans. Fuck, that's really where it's going, huh? Dude, it's crazy. We're all going to be able to tell our freaking kids, grandkids, etc. Be like, yeah, back in my day, we owned our own consoles. Kids these in the future, dude, I used to own my Game Boy and a PlayStation and an Xbox. God damn, dude. It's a crazy situation to be in. And I can't help but feel like at the same time, yeah, we owned them all at the same time. Yeah, I owned a Game Boy, a PlayStation, and an Xbox. I was living like a king and I didn't realize it. Fuck. We're regressing back into fucking ancient times, dude. You will own nothing and be happy about it. Damn, dude. If you can't pay your bill, they lock you out. That's messed up, dude. That's so messed up. I can't help but feel like they got themselves into this dilemma because the console platform is the inferior platform. It's literally just a PC that has a different operating system. And they were running these things at like they were running these things for a long time at a net loss. And the reason why they ran them at a net loss was because they made up the difference by selling a bunch of games, right? So they got themselves. What's good, Void? How's it going? Send someone to repo your shit, dude. Yeah, imagine some fucking guy, some fucking nerdy guy from GameStop with like his gut hanging out of his shirt because his shirt is like 2 sizes too small. He pulls up to your fucking house when his fucking adjusts his glasses and he says, give me your Xbox, buddy. So out of touch, dude. It's so crazy, man. They were running those at a loss for a while, right? The console sales were running at a loss, right? They were selling the consoles for much cheaper than it actually cost to make them, but they were doing so because they were able to sell the games that were associated with them, correct? Just verifying this with my fact checker here. Yes, for much of modern console history, both Sony and Microsoft often sold consoles at little profit. So they basically sold them at very little profit or near break even, and sometimes at a loss even. And the reason why is because they would make up the difference because of the game sales. They wanted to be being the most popular platform is more important, right? Because not everyone is going to be able to afford an Xbox and a PlayStation and a PC and a fucking Nintendo. Like that's what you would really. That's like you are truly the most privileged, and you are truly living in fucking the future and loving life if you own a PC, an Xbox, a PlayStation, and a Nintendo Switch. You're living life, dude. You're an absolute gamer. All right. How many people in the chat have all four? Type in the chat the number of platforms you have right now. 4, 3, 2, or 1. How many you got? Mobile too, I guess, but mobile, we'll ignore mobile. Admittedly, I have actually, I only have 3. I don't have an Xbox. I'm not bougie like that, dude. I'm not bougie. I'm not locked in like that. I got 3. I have a PlayStation. I have multiple PCs, technically. I have a Nintendo Switch, which I only just recently got, actually, because my son started playing Switch games and he really liked them. But before that, I only had 2. I just had a PlayStation and a PC until like the last 6 months. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting, man. I have everything but an Xbox. Nice. Yeah, I don't have. Some of you guys are absolute gamers, though. You're locked in. You got it all. That gives you all the exclusivity. It also is an expensive bill, though. My God, you got to play that Xbox bill. You got to pay that PlayStation bill. You might even play. There's like a Nintendo Switch subscription you can pay for. They got everyone paying fucking money out the wazoo, dude. It's fucked up.
Hello. Today
All right. This is crazy. If you didn't hear the news, Xboxes are about to cost thousands of dollars. Yes, the hardware, the components, everything about Xbox, the console sales is going down the tubes. And obviously, people in the future, they're not going to be able to pay thousands of dollars. So they're probably going to do some crazy like subscription fee where you will rent your console, your Xbox console. That's basically the only way they could possibly go forward, given the crisis of they didn't invest in enough chips and consoles when they were cheaper, and they've run out now. And so now they're left to buy the most expensive components possible. So they created a really messed up dilemma for themselves here. Jason Schreier, who's an insider, has a lot of really good inside knowledge, has a video breaking down the situation of how things got so bad at Xbox. And I think this one's going to be interesting. Let's see what he has to say.
Hello. Today we're going to talk about Xbox, which is about to hit the reset button. As I reported on Bloomberg last week, massive layoffs are coming to Xbox after the end of Microsoft's fiscal year on June 30th. And as I reported on Bloomberg this week, studios such as Compulsion, the maker of South of Midnight, and Double Fine, the maker of Kiln and Keeper, and Ninja Theory, the maker of Hellblade, are all currently in negotiations with Xbox to figure out what happens next, because all of them are on the chopping block. And those
Dude, they're so bad, dude. So many studios, so many games are getting shut down right now. We were even speculating that maybe Xbox would buy the Destiny IP and make a Destiny 3. Dude, with the massive downturn right now, that's probably the last thing that Xbox is looking for. Even though it would be an absolutely incredible gamer moment, a big W for Asha, and the Destiny fans would love this more than anything. It seems like they are just scrambling to figure it out, and massive layoffs coming in, right? Tons of studios potentially getting shut down. Consoles are going to be in the multiple thousands of dollars. Could you imagine when you pull up to the store and you look at an Xbox and it says like $2,000 to buy one? Like, there's no way. That's crazy. We thought things were bad for the games industry. They're way worse, and it's only getting more worse by the day. I swear, this is a crazy time.
are just the three that I've confirmed so far. I know that there are other studios in trouble. I know that layoffs are about to hit the entire organization in a huge way. Full picture isn't clear yet. We'll find out a little bit more in the days and weeks to come. But I wanted to talk a little bit about how we got here. In 13 years, Xbox has gone from competing with PlayStation for console supremacy to hiring a new CEO who's like saying publicly about how troubled talking publicly about how troubled the business is, and writing memos that include lines like, quote, "This cannot continue."
That's tough, dude. 13 years ago, there was a competition. Unfortunately, PlayStation has won the console wars, dude. They're about to be back-to-back console war champions, dude. PlayStation on top.
I think it's worth noting before we start getting into the history that Microsoft is a complicated organization with a lot of different branches. And within Xbox, you have a lot of these different tentpoles. You have hardware, you have software, you have services, and those are all three different businesses with kind of competing models, and sometimes they're at odds with one another. What's good for the Xbox as a platform might not necessarily be good for Xbox games and the studios that are making them. This is true of a lot of companies, but it's even more pronounced at Microsoft, where people are incentivized to stay in their jobs for as long as possible and to make sure that they are seen as doing a good job and make sure they do not rock the boat, because much of their compensation, which is very good at Microsoft, is stock. And what happens at Microsoft is that their stock vests over time. They get new tranches over time, and each of it is kind of like vesting over a certain period. And so to get their full comp, they need to stick around. There's this kind of infamous program that they have called 55 and 15, which is basically if you've been there for 15 years and you are age 55 or older, you can retire, and then all of your stock will vest as a result. And so essentially, again, more incentive to just stick around at the company to keep your job. So just keep that in the back of your head as we kind of go through the Xbox story.
55 and 15. So after you work there for 15 years, you get to retire. Damn, dude, we got into the wrong business. Golly, I should have been an Xbox employee. What was I thinking, dude? I retired at 55. God.
All right. So how did we get here? Let's go back to 2013. So this is the end of the Xbox 360 era. The Xbox 360 is up there with the PlayStation 3, duking it out for number one. I believe the 360 is number one at one point. I don't remember. I think they're both kind of like neck and neck towards the end in terms of hardware sales. I believe the PS3 might have slightly inched out the 360 by the end of things, but essentially they were on par at that point. And the Xbox, I mean, a lot of people associate it with big hits like Halo and Gears and Forza, but it also really innovated and brought to the games industry this idea of indie games that weren't just kind of like these random garage hits that or garage creations that you might find on your PC if you know the right file share programs to look for, but also these legitimate potential hits like Braid and Limbo and Super Meat Boy and even Minecraft. All of those games became hits in part or mostly because they were on Xbox's Xbox Live Arcade program, which allowed some of these indie games not just to be distributed to Xbox console owners, but also gave them promotion on the Xbox UI and really helped these people just kind of stand out. They got support from an internal organization within Xbox, ID at Xbox, and so worth noting here that like without Xbox in this generation, indie games would not be quite what they are today. Then 2013 comes along, and we have the Xbox One debacle under Don Matrick, who is running the org. The idea of the Xbox One, the next console, was not just to be a gaming platform, but also an all-in-one entertainment machine.
This was terrible. I remember we got this, and it had like the NFL like collaboration, and I think they made you turn the camera on or something. It was. Does anyone remember how bad that was? God damn, that was the beginning of the end for them.
The messaging in their announcement in May 2013 is completely incoherent and inconsistent. You have executives contradicting each other in interviews because nobody really knows what's going on. It's bundled with Connect. It's online only. Nobody is really clear exactly how that works. You have to plug it in do you have to connect it to an internet connection every once in a while, every 24 hours or all the time? Or what does that look like? It's not clear. But one thing is clear. People hate it. People revolt. At this point, I think it's worth noting today, the idea of an online-only console is more palatable. I think more people are kind of accustomed to that notion, but back then that was not the case. People did not have quite...
They were ahead of their time in the worst way possible. You know, people were not ready for that or interested in that. People had a lot of reservations, especially in regards to like privacy. You know, you have to have this camera on, connected to the internet at all times, facing you in your living room or your bedrooms. Like, it's just is not a good play. Like, I still look back at this and think, what were these guys thinking? This was one of the worst decisions ever. Dude, 2013 with that Xbox Connect. God damn, that was terrible.
The same internet infrastructure that they do today, and this idea of not being able to own your own games, which was a huge part of it. A huge part of this, by the way, a little bit of quick context here, is that at this point, used games were seen as the boogeyman for the video game industry. And a lot of game companies wanted to go to digital. They wanted to find ways to make it so you couldn't just buy a game and then trade it back into GameStop and allow GameStop to sell your used game to other people. This was seen as a big problem for gaming back then. Anyway, so Xbox One is announced. It's a debacle. About 1 or 2 months after, 2 months, I believe it was July of 2013, they reverse course on the online only thing and say, actually, we're going to make this so you can play it offline. Don't worry about the online stuff. Eventually, they get rid of Don Matrick during this period, but it's kind of too late to recover. And one of the biggest problems is still intact, which is that the Xbox One is still sold with the Kinect bundled in. The Kinect, for people to remember, is the kind of the body motion sensing device that Microsoft used to manufacture and had its pros and cons. And so as a result of that, the Xbox One was sold for $500, whereas the competing PlayStation 4, which came out around the same time, November of 2013, was sold for $400. With that, the console war was essentially over. The next year, they wind up detaching the Kinect and selling the Xbox One.
Detach that thing and throw it in the trash, dude. God damn, that was such a crazy decision.
for 400 to try to compete, but a little bit too little too late. So Phil Spencer takes over. Phil Spencer takes over in 2014. He's a Microsoft lifer, been there for like his entire life. It was the only job he had was being at Microsoft. And he is kind of seen as he's well liked, he's gregarious, he's amicable, and he is seen as someone with a vision for what Xbox could look like 1 year, 5 years, 10 years down the road. One of his first big bets in the 2 or 3 years after he takes over is this initiative called Xbox Game Pass that they see as their version of Netflix for gaming. And Phil Spencer, I think, pretty wisely recognizes that as production costs keep
The subscription model, dude. Of course, the infinite money glitch that basically made all of these companies billions and trillions of dollars, right? Like countless companies made so much money from this. The subscription model begins.
going up, the volatility of the games industry just keeps increasing. And so you need to sell more and more copies to get a hit. This is becoming a problem for Microsoft. And so why not take after the software initiatives within the org and get people on a subscription, get a stable source of recurring revenue, get people paying $10 a month and just continuing to do so. This is also a time when, like Netflix, we're seeing the rise of streaming services in film and TV. So it seems like a viable business model. And Phil Spencer sees this as the kind of the North Star for Xbox at this point. Game Pass launches in 2017. Soon it's getting day one versions of every Xbox game. Around the same time, quick kind of side note here, with Xbox One sales struggling, Spencer decides to put all of their games on PC, which is essentially the end of Xbox exclusivity, which I think that people kind of point to the recent initiatives of PlayStation being on PlayStation and Switch as like, oh, Xbox isn't exclusive anymore. But really, this is it. Because if you can get Xbox games on PC, that means that if you are a PC user, and there are many millions of them out there, you have very little reason to buy an Xbox.
Yes.
More on that stuff in a bit. But let's get back to Game Pass. For Game Pass to work, it needs a lot of games. And Spencer and the Xbox org wind up paying a lot of developers to put their games on Game Pass, and those deals wind up helping a lot of developers. A lot of developers stay solvent over the years, but it's not enough. And Spencer wants a way bigger back catalog, and just he wants hundreds of games on there, because the only way for a Netflix of gaming to work is to have a huge catalog of software out there. So he goes on a shopping spree, and that is in part buoyed by the success of the big 2014 acquisition that Xbox made, which was Minecraft and Mojang, which is for $2.5 billion and worked incredibly well. I mean, Minecraft is still, to this day, many, many years later, it's still one of the biggest games in the world.
That was one of the most goated acquisitions ever, right? You buy Minecraft? What? I mean, I think I remember, wasn't it like Notch got paid like $2 billion or something, which sounds like an insane amount, but that game probably prints way more than that. Like that game is still printing money to this day. Yeah. And that was 10 years ago. The game is still relevant. What a crazy bet, right? That was a big bet that paid off in a massive way.
World. So 2018, 2019 era, he buys Double Fine and Compulsion and Obsidian and In Exile and Ninja Theory and a whole bunch more. Playground. And then in 2020, Xbox buys ZeniMax, the company behind Bethesda, for $7.5 billion, which gives them access to franchises like Fallout and Elder Scrolls and Doom. Essentially takes this massive third-party publisher and puts them into the Xbox umbrella. And one of their first things that they say is like, hey, we're going to put all these games, they're going to be they're all going to be day one on Game Pass. They're all going to be part of our just kind of broad strategy. We're going to put them on Xbox and PC. Yeah. Part of the arrangement behind all of these acquisitions is that these studios get to keep their autonomy. ZeniMax becomes its own entity, or stays its own entity, still reporting to its CEO, Jamie Leader, while studios like Double Fine and Obsidian turn into what's called limited integration studios. They're told, make great games, take risks, try to win awards. It's okay if a game isn't a huge hit, because it can still be useful to Xbox as part of this broad strategy to get games on Game Pass. So
the slot games fall into the Game Pass.
Vine might be a perfect example of that. This is an independent studio in San Francisco that has been around for many, many years. It's one that you might know well if you've watched the Double Fine documentary series, including Psychodyssey, about the making of Psychonauts 2, which once again, I will say I cannot recommend enough if you want to understand how games are made and get a little glimpse behind the curtain into the messy development process. So please go watch that.
Someone said, I saw rumors ZeniMax layoffs have begun. The quote reads, anyone not working on Fallout or Elder Scrolls is out. Jeez, that's brutal.
But yeah, so these guys, I mean, Double Fine is an example of a studio that like has kind of survived, but never really had a huge hit. It's not the type of studio you buy if you want extreme profitability, if you want Call of Duty level numbers. We'll get to that. So that's not the mandate. The mandate is like, you can be successful at the studio as long as you are making a game that contributes to the overall value of Game Pass, which is our main mission. At the end of 2020, around the same period, Xbox launches the Xbox Series X and Series S. One is more powerful, one is more affordable, and the idea is hopefully get back in the hardware race after really losing this Xbox One generation. Because at this point, Xbox hardware sales have truly kind of fallen off a cliff. The PlayStation is outselling it 2-1 by many estimates. We don't know the real numbers because things have gotten so bad that Microsoft decided to stop reporting Xbox sales numbers, Xbox hardware sales numbers.
That's so embarrassing. This is what we talk about when we say that the games industry are really cringe with data and information, and they try their best to hide information from the consumers so that way they can create their own narratives. They can say, oh, we're doing this, we're crushing that, right? Which is why I know it seems a bit annoying and unfortunate that you see so much Steam chart spam when it comes to games like Marathon, Highguard, and even Concord and countless others now. The reason why people really gravitate towards that and enjoy that is because it's like one of the first bits of transparency we've gotten after all these years of just letting these companies create their own narratives. It's nice to finally have some power where we can be like, oh, this game is actually not doing so well, and this game is crushing it, and we can kind of evaluate and understand and compare and contrast and create a more informed narrative around where the games industry is going versus this idea that, you know, they just get to make up whatever they want. They can say that they're crushing it when they're not. And so that's part of the reason why you see so much of the Steam chart stuff, because they do stuff like this where they just hide the console sales.
One rule of thumb in the games industry is that if you've sold well, if you're doing well, you share numbers. If a game does not share sales numbers, chances are it is not delivering the expectations that people were hoping for.
Oh, really? Speaking of which, did Bungie ever share the sales numbers for Marathon? Oh, that's right. They didn't.
But one of the problems with the Xbox Series, other than just kind of losing a lot of people to PlayStation over the last generation, one of the problems is that it doesn't have a killer app because the new Halo game, Halo Infinite, which was planned for launch, is delayed to fall 2021. It is having all sorts of development issues. That's a story for another day. And man, I talked about budgets on a previous video. Maybe one day I'll talk a little bit about Halo Infinite and its challenges and its budget. The budget behind that game is I think larger than most people would ever even guess. That game winds up coming out in fall of 2021, and I think has a kind of strong start, but like ultimately winds up disappointing players. Again, story for another time. So it's 2021. Xbox hardware sales are not where they need to be. It's initiatives like cloud, which is the idea that like you could stream a game to a device and play it using Microsoft's servers, and so you don't need to buy an expensive.
Yeah, that always works out really well. Looking at you, Google Stadia.
Piece of hardware to play it. That initiative has not really taken off in a big way. Game Pass has done fairly well, but subscriptions have kind of plateaued. There isn't a ton of growth in it. COVID has led to a lot of big gaming growth. Interest rates are at zero.
That's what we need. We need another COVID. Okay, can someone go cook up some bat soup? We got to save the games industry. All right, it's time to take one for the team. Okay, I need some bat soup served up immediately. I'll do. You know what? I'll do it. Not all heroes wear capes, but I'm drinking the bat soup, dude. We're going into COVID 20 so we can save the games industry. That might be the only way we get a Destiny 3.
of crazy acquisitions going on, and Phil Spencer takes a big swing. Activision Blizzard at this point is facing a lot of turmoil. It's dealing with misconduct lawsuits and a lot of exposés written about it. And Phil Spencer decides to buy it for nearly $70 billion, the equivalent of 28 Minecrafts, in a deal that is announced in January of 2022. So
that was such a crazy acquisition. $69 billion. My God.
So there are a few
We think about the $3.6 billion acquisition. We're like, oh, they overpaid so much. Like, meanwhile, over here, 69 billion. 3.6 looks like chump change compared to that. 3.6 looks pathetic compared to that. How many Bungies could fit in that? Think about the difference. Dear God.
reasons that this deal makes sense from Xbox's perspective. Call of Duty is one of the biggest franchises in the world, and it could be a huge growth driver for Game Pass. You get the new Call of Duty as day one on Game Pass every year. You get a lot of people subscribing to Game Pass for that. Blizzard isn't quite what it used to be. You can read that story and Play Nice.
I'm gonna catch up on that. I want to hear more about the backstory behind Blizzard. I'm curious.
The book that I published a couple of years ago, but it still has killer franchises. Diablo,
IPs are
Overwatch,
iconic, yeah.
and World of Warcraft was and remains a guaranteed moneymaker, so that's always a good
The
investment.
workhorse, dude. World of Warcraft going on 22 years of live service. That's what my Destiny 2 should have been, dude. Unfortunately, we died in year 12, dude. We didn't even make it. We can't even come close to World of Warcraft. 22 years from now, World of Warcraft will still be here, but we might not have a Destiny 3. Think about that.
Activision Blizzard also owns King, the makers of Candy Crush, which gives Xbox a presence on mobile that it never had before. I think Xbox is looking at mobile as a growth opportunity at this point.
They wanted to go into the mobile market, so they bought Candy Crush. I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I have a giant ego, but I'm thinking to myself, Candy Crush really doesn't seem like that crazy of a game to be. I mean, it did do really well, like it performed well, and it did become iconic, but is this really the game that pioneers the mobile market for Xbox? I don't know, man.
Mobile is a really tough market to get into and to find success in, but Candy Crush is one of the games that has found success over the years, so that's a good investment. Now, I won't get into all the nitty-gritty of the regulatory process, but essentially it was a very messy battle that wound up taking 18 months to close. The deal was announced in January of 2022, and it didn't close until October of 2023. And during that period of time, the climate changed quite a bit. All of that COVID growth went away and started sputtering, and it became clear that the video game industry was not going to see double-digit growth again. Roblox started exploding.
That's what I'm saying, dude. After the COVID growth went down, you can see COVID, everyone's making money. Life is good. Incubation projects at Bungie. COVID, people go back outside. Everything just begins to immediately tank, dude. I'm saying, dude, I'm going Ozzy Osbourne. I'm going to bite off a bat's head right now on live stream, dude. We're eating bat soup, dude. We're getting COVID 20. We're getting COVID 21, dude. This is the only way we save the games industry.
But exploding. A lot of other service initiatives did not fail. AI began to take over. ChatGPT launched in around this time that the Activision deal closed and became this sensation, this kind of cultural phenomenon. And companies, including Microsoft, were looking over and saying, how about this AI thing? And I wonder, after that 18-month messy process that really led to a lot of problems, I wonder how many people at Xbox were still thrilled about that particular acquisition. Because around then is when Microsoft began to issue a new mandate to Xbox. Microsoft, its CEO, its CFO, they began to put on a little bit more pressure than there had been on Xbox before. Suddenly, it became all about profitability. Because
that
Microsoft is looking over,
margin.
and between the $69 billion acquisition, a lack of Game Pass growth, and this newfound focus that Microsoft wants to have on AI, they say, hey, we want to see a more of a return on this massive investment that we made into Xbox. And by the way, I think that $69 billion is a huge number. $69 billion is an incredible amount of money that Xbox wound up paying for Activision Blizzard. But that's just the start Like the actual number that you are paying is so much bigger than you could even imagine, because in addition to what you're paying for the acquisition itself, whatever closing costs and regulatory, like lawyer costs for the regulatory battles that come with it, you are
Someone said real quick that Google search says that Candy Crush still brings in $83 million a month in 2026. Dear God. That game, dude, the game that never ends. Those mobile games, though, everyone has them and they just open them up at work or when they're, waiting in line at the DMV or something and they're just sitting there, they're so bright and colorful and they have all the aesthetically pleasing sounds and stuff. I see why they do so well, but man, it's crazy, the mobile market. The mobile gaming market eclipsing the rest of gaming is something I guess I wouldn't have expected, but it makes sense considering everyone already has a phone. They basically you have the console in your hand, you have the PC in your hand, and so the accessibility is there more so than anything else.
also bringing in thousands, 10,000 new employees who all need to be paid and managed. And you need managers within the Xbox org to spend their time watching over that org. And suddenly your entire organization is way more expensive than it was a year ago. And those costs are not going away. They are continuing. So you got to consider that as well. If you want to know more about burn rates and why these game companies cost so much to operate, check out my previous video about why games cost so much to make.
We watched that one previously if you want to see our interaction with that video. It's a great video.
But basic rule of thumb is that it used to be about $10,000 per employee per month. That number has gone up. I think it's closer these days, especially in expensive cities, to 15,000, maybe even 20,000, somewhere between those two. And that number is not just salary. It also includes overhead and costs associated with employees. You can kind of fold rent into there, office rent into there. Benefits here in the US, employers have to pay a lot of money for health insurance and other benefits, including 401k matching and other things that employees like to have and deserve to have. So huge burn rate that is coming along with that $69 billion acquisition cost. And so that around the time of that acquisition and suddenly the push for profitability, that's when we start to see things getting really bad. Xbox has 4 mass layoffs in 2 years. We see the shutdowns, the closures of studios under the Xbox umbrella, like Arcane Austin and Tango Gameworks, which wound up going to Crafton. Which saved that studio. We see cancellations of big, expensive projects like Perfect Dark and Everwild and Blackbird, which is the code name that I reported at Bloomberg for the project that ZeniMax Online Studios was working on. They made Elder Scrolls Online, and they were working on this Blackbird thing, which, by the way, so I've seen footage of that game. It's pretty cool, and it's an
I haven't seen anything about that. Blackbird?
online shooter. Destiny just died.
Hey.
And if Xbox had a game like Blackbird ready to go to kind of fill that void that Destiny has left, man.
Excuse me? The Destiny killer arrives? Blackbird? All right, I'm a Blackbird main.
And that could have been a hit. I've heard nothing but good things about that game. Some of the people who are that game, granted, big, very expensive project, spent a lot of time in development, was having struggles of its own, but everything I've heard about that game is so positive that it's really a shame that it was canceled, I think, because I think
of course it was canceled. Damn it. Could
have helped fill a much needed gap for Xbox right now. But anyway, so more pressure for profitability. This is around the time that Xbox and the beginning of 2024 starts dabbling with Switch and PlayStation. Soon it's putting everything on multiple consoles as it tries to fix its P&Ls. Becomes much harder to get straight answers if you're working at one of these studios as to what your goals are, as to what you should be trying to do. Becomes much more complicated to get games greenlit. You're dealing with Xbox finance a lot and trying to figure out like why you're hearing different things depending who you ask. Remember at the beginning of this how I mentioned that Microsoft is this big complicated organization with a lot of different tentacles, a lot of people who have different goals and kind of their own like objectives that sometimes are in conflict with one another. That becomes even more pronounced at this point.
The company is too big, too powerful, too bloated. You got too many chefs in the kitchen. I feel like a company can only get so big, right? These guys are just in everything at this point. They've acquired all these IPs. They own their own console market. They're obviously deep with PCs and stuff as well. They've got the crossplay going on with that. They got Game Pass. Dude, they just got everything. It's just become an absolute behemoth. And that size has, there's some detrimental elements to that size in some ways, right? And we're seeing it right now with Xbox.
Even within the Xbox org, you have a lot of political fights, a lot of people who are at odds with one another, who are not on the same page. It is messy. The last couple of years at Xbox have been quite messy. People start openly questioning Game Pass and talking about how it cannibalizes their sales. And my colleague Cecilia D'Anastasio at Bloomberg has reported on the huge numbers that are estimated, hundreds of millions that were estimated to have been lost on Call of Duty by putting that on Game Pass. Because when you put a game on Game Pass, you are losing a lot of money as a result, even though you are like I said, different orgs have different within the organization, different groups have kind of competing goals. And so what might be really good for the Game Pass folks and for subscriptions there might not be so good for individual studios and the revenue brought in from individual games. By the way,
but they're still going to get paid from that. It seems like a silly argument to make in some ways, because yes, the sales for Call of Duty would go down. However, you would still have the metrics of the number of people that played Call of Duty within the Game Pass. So you'd still get like a clear analysis of like how much pull this game has, like how much appeal it has. So even though, yes, the sales are down, things are changing. And I think that the subscription model, as much as I do think it's evil in so many different ways, I think that that's probably the better model to go forward. It seems to be doing really well for a lot of these massive multi-million, multi-billion, and some of these even trillion-dollar organizations now have businesses that use the same model. So I would guess, or I would wager that that would be strategically the best play. And even as a consumer, it's much better to have a subscription and get to play a plethora of games, especially if you like play a different game every day. Like that's going to be wildly too expensive if you're doing buying a new game every day. Like no one can even afford to do that, really. But if there's a thing set up like Game Pass where you pay the subscription and then you can theoretically play a new game every day and never run out of games, that's kind of nice. That's kind of enticing, and it doesn't, break the bank nearly as much. So I think it seems very consumer friendly. And, especially if you're really trying to grind games, it seems like it's the smartest way of going forward. But I can see why some people would have like a frustration because of Call of Duty coming from that non-subscription format where you had to buy the game itself. But I feel like that might be the legacy thing in the past, right? It's a little bit annoying though when you think about like ownership of games, because then technically you don't pay your subscription fee for Game Pass and then you lose access, right? So you're walking a tightrope here in some ways where you no longer have ownership of games like we used to back in the day. Like, for me, when I was a kid, I owned, Pokemon Red, and that game I plugged into my Game Boy and I could play at any point in time. I still have it sitting over here somewhere, that thing's 15 years old or something, right? I could still go grab it and go play it right now. But if I stopped paying my subscription service 15 years ago, then in that theoretical world, you can't even play the thing you bought, or the thing you at least temporarily bought. So definitely a new era we're entering in with gaming. And I feel like we really appreciated the ownership of the older generation, and the idea of just buying the licensing is frustrating. It's obviously new legal and litigation that's being passed towards stop killing games, and the ownership of games is going to be a big issue in the future. But it seems like if people are really vibing with the Game Pass, that maybe game ownership is something that will be a legacy thing that we don't really do as much anymore, which I don't know if I'm happy with or if I'm comfortable with, but we'll see what the future holds.
Just a little quick side note is that like the way the accounting works at Xbox is that you have if you're a game studio, you have your P&L, and the org actually attributes a certain amount within that P&L as like revenue, imagined revenue essentially, for what you for like the number of hours that people are playing your game on Game Pass. I believe they call it member weighted value is the term that they use. Microsoft has a lot of funny terms. Instead of profit margin, they call it accountability margin, and the big number there share was 30%, as I've reported on Bloomberg with my colleague Dina Bass. And so on your P&L, on your profit and loss sheet, you might see a number that is like, hey, here's how much you would have made, or here's how much you're getting an attribution in revenue from being on Game Pass. And people question that number, I think, because it's all just kind of funny math. So it gets a little bit messy, and again, expectations are not 100% clear. A lot of people are just kind of unhappy with the situation. People have different beliefs throughout the org as to whether Game Pass really cannibalizes sales or not. I don't think there's kind of, you can't A/B test that sort of thing, so there isn't really evidence one way or another. But I think it's to me, the eye test. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious to me that, like, if a game is on Game Pass and you could buy it or you could play it just by paying $10 for a couple of months, or you could spend $70 on it, that seems like a no-brainer choice. Yeah. You would just get Game Pass for a month or two instead. But I mean, this is all estimates. This is all just people kind of conjecturing.
Yeah, at least you do have the option for ownership at this stage, right? Like, you could pay that expensive $70 price tag and then fully own the game, or you can just pay, the $10 a month and play it for a couple months. So it end up being like $20 something, right? So I guess that the options are good. You have agency there.
So yeah, things are bad. And then at DICE of this year, I was talking to someone in management at an Xbox studio who was like, this is paraphrased, but who was like, man, there's so much uncertainty. We don't really know like how to do proper planning as we're planning ahead for the next year, the next 2 years, the next 3 years. But like, I really trust Phil Spencer. I think he's a good leader. I think he has our backs. Roughly 1 week after that conversation, Phil Spencer was replaced by Asha Sharma, the new CEO who is currently running Xbox. And here we are. Asha Sharma has had a lot of time to go around, ask people questions. What she's done is really asked a lot of people for advice and their thoughts on the business. She's brought in new people. She's gotten rid of some people, and she is about to hit the reset button. She's used that word several times, reset. The full picture isn't yet clear, but it will be within the next few weeks. And one thing I want to end on is that you might see pundits out there pointing out that a lot of Xbox studios, including the ones that are going to get hit in this current reorganization, have struggled to come up with hits. We've seen a lot of games from the Xbox org that have not been profitable. Games like South of Midnight and Keeper, the Hellblade games have never really been huge hits. Kiln, which came out earlier this year, has really not found a player base. And that's a problem, don't get me wrong. And also, I think it's worth noting that like none of these games are like critically acclaimed masterpieces. None of them are 90 plus Metacritic games that are winning Game of the Year or nominated for Game of the Year, or anything like that. But I think it's worth noting and hopefully having a little bit of empathy for these studios and the people who work there, because the messaging from above has just changed so much over the last 5 years. And games start development like 4 or 5 years before they actually come out. So when you start a project in 2020 or 2021,
yeah, this is a really rough year right now, 2026, because the profitability that we got from COVID is what launched and is what greenlit these projects at this stage, right? And so now, because of this massive downturn, you're experiencing a lot of these games getting shut down or turning into big flops. Gaming culture has changed quite a bit. There's obviously a lot of like political influence and ideologies being pumped into these games. And, it's met with a decent amount of backlash depending on the title you play. There's also a lot of games that feel very uninspiring. They feel a lot like a more watered down version of a better game, right? Or a knockoff game, or just not as good as the other titles existing in that given space, right? We've seen this with countless games. The extraction shooters are just one category that has become a really big hot topic, but that's one category in a much larger sphere of gaming with countless other categories that have similar criticisms made of them. I really wish, though, if I could turn back the clock, that when Bungie made a boatload of money from COVID, they were like, let's greenlight a Destiny 3, dude. That would be the best time. COVID money comes in, greenlight Destiny 3, that timeline would work out perfectly, because then right after the final shape, there would be maybe a little bit of gap in time, and then like today would be like Destiny 3, like that would have been best case scenario. Unfortunately, it would seem as though they did that same blueprint, but it was for the game Marathon instead. They made a bunch of money from COVID and obviously from the success of Destiny 2, and they decided it was time to launch a whole new IP. And I'm sure even they regret it. Like, even if they want to stand on Marathon being a good game or something, it's fine. The outcome is obviously not what they wanted. Marathon doesn't have that mass appeal. And I do genuinely believe, I die on the hill, that a Destiny 3 would do infinitely better in every way, shape, or form than any iteration of Marathon could have ever done. But we don't live in that timeline, so we're just bitter, shaking our fists at this guy at this point.
And that's under one mandate, and suddenly that mandate changes 2 or 3 years later, but it's too late to change course. That can be a problem. And the messaging from above during a lot of this acquisition spending spree, when some of these projects started getting greenlit and started to enter development, the messaging was not, you must hit X amount of profitability. The messaging was, make good games, help us fill out Game Pass, try to win awards. Of course, don't lose money, break even. But like, this is not a profit play. This is kind of, Game Pass is the North Star. Don't get me wrong here. I mean, Xbox's studios, including the ones that are getting shut down, made plenty of their own mistakes and all sorts of production problems, all sorts of cost problems. I mean, there were lots of mistakes made along the way that you could point to.
Hey, he's
That's
gonna
my
call.
laundry. My laundry is ready. See, I don't cut this stuff out. I record my videos raw. So hope you got that's
Damn,
a little
that's
inside
crazy.
baseball into the way that
This
I work.
raw one take right here, dude. No editing. We ain't got time for that editing bullshit.
Anyway, so a lot of these studios, trust me, they made plenty of their own mistakes, but like in a lot of ways, they're being punished today for following orders, for listening to what they were told a few years ago. And that, I think, is just a shame. And what's happening is going to be pretty brutal. The word bloodbath has been thrown around among people that I talk to who know what's happening. It's going to be bad. So stay tuned. I'll be reporting more as I learn more on Bloomberg about who's being affected, how big the scope is. But those 3 studios that I mentioned are just the beginning. There's going to be more. There are a lot of negotiations going on right now. One more thing is that you might see headlines right now saying, hey, Xbox is shutting down X studio. And while that's kind of true, it's not entirely true, because again, all of these studio heads are in conversations, in negotiations with Xbox at the moment. In some cases, we might see studios spinning off. In some cases, we might see studios trying to find other buyers, like other publishers who might be interested in them. So it's not like nothing has been kind of executed just yet. That is going to happen in a few weeks. Again, the full picture is not entirely clear. We will see it happening soon. We will find out more in the next few days and weeks. A lot of uncertainty, a lot of turmoil. And man, it's just so hard to be an Xbox employee right now, to not know what's going on, to have to hear rumors on the internet that are like not entirely true or not secure, not like corroborated or confirmed, just people being like, oh, I heard this studio might be in trouble, which may very well turn out to be true, but is really, really bad to just be hearing, and really hard to make great games under those conditions. And by the way, if you're wondering, one of the reasons that Xbox has had such a struggle over the last decade making great games is because of a lot of this uncertainty. It's very hard to make great art when you were working under fear of layoffs and turbulence and shutdowns and cancellation, and just trying to make games under these conditions. That's not how you make good stuff. All right, we will find out more soon. And man, just yeah, I don't know what to say. It's gonna be bad. God, hopefully there will be good news to talk about in this year, the rest of this year.
Unlikely.
Good news to make videos about too. I'll try to do some positive stories on this YouTube channel too. I promise. All right, see you guys next time.
All right, there it is. That is a breakdown from Jason Schreier on how things got so bad at Xbox. There's obviously going to be a bunch of studios shut down. We talked about this. This also is going in tandem with the news about Bungie. Obviously, Destiny 2 met its demise, the end of service final update, and there's rumors of a 50% studio layoff happening for them. So it's bad on both sides of the console aisle, right? No matter where you stand with the console wars. Okay, if you've got an Xbox tattoo on your chest, or if you've got a PlayStation tramp stamp, it doesn't matter. Right? Everyone's getting shots fired at them. The wars are the wars are gone. We're deep entrenched in console warfare now, dude. This is the console war, Infinity War. It's terrible, dude. We're seeing layoffs on both sides. It sucks. It sucks that Destiny 2 caught a stray and got taken out. You know, Guardian down. RIP to the homie, Destiny 2. The only way to bring that back is a Destiny 3, I hope. We might have to kill Cade off a third time just to hard launch a Destiny 3, but you know, it's what we have to do. Xbox is going through a really turbulent time. It sucks to see this, and I wonder how they will navigate through this. An Xbox console being 2 grand and being rented out to you sounds like an insane method of trying to recoup their losses, but maybe it works. I mean, maybe it lands. I mean, people have obviously bought into the Game Pass idea. So will they buy into the idea of not owning your hardware now, right? Like you've already bought into the idea of you don't own your own games, you're licensing them. How about your hardware now? You're going to rent an Xbox. What happens when you break that thing? You know what I'm saying? What happens when your Xbox that you rent for $35 a month gets the red ring of death? You know, you take it back. Do they give you a new one or do they make you pay the 2 grand? People are going to be in generational debt over broken Xboxes. People will be spending money that they can't afford on these things. And it's interesting how this is the way things are going, but I don't see it landing any other way because I just don't envision a world where Xbox is at a GameStop for like 3 grand, maybe like that. It's somewhere around that, by the way. We don't know the exact value of how much an Xbox is going to cost, but it's going to be somewhere in the multiple thousands of dollars. So you walk into a GameStop, which I know you probably haven't walked into one of those things in years. Those things are getting dusty at this point, and you see a freaking Xbox console sitting there for who knows how many thousands of dollars. Could be $4,000. Like people are not buying that. You know what I'm saying? People are not going to buy that console. It's just not going to happen. The components are getting too expensive. We need someone to save us. Apparently, other people are making chips right now, trying to save us from the damn AI data centers that are just soaking up all the freaking components. Like, I love the idea of, I guess, AI helping society, like it's like curing cancer and stuff. I don't know, it's doing some incredible things, but like, hey, we still need some games, okay? AI being the witness to games and killing everything, this is not a good look right now. And as much as I wish there was more good news, unfortunately, there's going to be a lot more bad news for the next couple months. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel and we'll keep you up to date on all things that it's going on in the gaming world. Someone tell the AI to make chips better and cheaper. Dude, somehow we just need to like, what is that shit made out of? Like silicone? We need to like figure out a way to print that silicone faster, cheaper, something. I don't know, man. We got to figure out a way. It's just gotten too insane, man. These damn chips, dude. These goddamn chips. Goddamn AI data centers. Shakes fist at sky, exactly. Shakes his fist at the sky. Ah, how could you? How could you? All right, let's launch some Destiny 2. Let's get in the game. Let's get playing, dude. I got this brand new spare rations hand cannon. I got this, not quite a god roll, but a good roll. And it's time to lock in. It's time to lock in big time. All right. Good, good, good. Put this over here. All right, we got this bad boy. We got this spare ration. Upgrade this here. Where do I get some ascendant alloys at? Yeah, upgrade the tier of this bad boy. Got dish, got dish. Ascendant alloys. I think I can like buy these things. The tower, right? Going to the tower, dude. Gotta buy these ascendant alloys for my spare rations. Let's go, let's go. Weekly Arena and Vanguard still give them out? Look at these exotic engrams. Give me this. 10 prisms? Golly, those are expensive. Ooh, dog. Tier 5 now. That maximum handling, dude. Maxed out handling, 98 handling. God damn. This thing is about to feel so good. Enhanced range. Dude, this thing is about to collapse some cheeks. I hope, at least. I'm a potato, though, is the only problem. The only problem is I'm a potato. This is a stasis weapon? Okay, I need to do this. Get back out of here. Stasis. Arc. No, double stasis. Good. Stasis loader. I guess I don't need stasis loader because I have slide shot, but... Faster. Ready and stow speed for stasis weapons? Okay. Huge. So unbelievably locked in, dudes. Get me in this Rumble match right now. All right, let's go, let's go. We're locked in. We need some caffeine, dude. Gotta flick myself in the bean sack and get ready to win this Rumble match. This one's for Cade. Potato with the spare rations? What the fuck? Hey! Really? Really? Ban that guy. Ban that guy. Ban him. No Crucible rep reset? Never, dude. I don't know. I keep forgetting to go back there. This is the gun right here. Spare rations. The #1 most used weapon in trials. I got a good roll of it. Dude, it's time. Maximum handling? Crazy range on this bad boy? Please. We're about to try it out for the first time ever. We're about to clap some cheeks or get our cheeks clapped. I don't know which one it's going to be. And it's to get it. He's shooting spare rations at me. It's okay. It's okay. It's a little warm up. It's a little warm up. Let me at him. Let me at him. Oh, that's clean. That's clean. I was just shooting. Thankfully, that guy was AFK. He gave me a little free tester there. Jump on up. Jump on up, pal. Oh, that 3-tap. Oh, that's nice, dude. That Suros is also melting, though. That guy was kind of clapping with that Suros. Little slow fire Suros. I might put that bad boy on. Get out of here, bud. He didn't even land a shot on me. It was too slick like that, dude. Too slick. Hey, you want to fight? You want to fight? Peek it. Okay, he landed the first shot. I'm out of here. Someone's got like power ammo over here, I think. No way! Dude, that guy is clean with those shots. He's landing those shots like crazy. I gotta see what role he has on it. Coma, dude. Oh my, potato aim! No! The potato aim. Why? Potato with the pistol, dude. Will he peek it? He won't. Doesn't have the cojones. No! Dude, everyone lands a 3-tap in this lobby. No skill-based matchmaking my ass, dude. This is the most skill-based match in lobby ever, dude. Every motherfucker lands a 3-tap every motherfucking time. Oh, look at that. All headshots. All headshots. That's insane. One day I will get my age-based matchmaking, dude. One day. The old geezer, dude. I think that guy was AFK. Was he standing on the power or was he AFK? You want the fucking smoke, my guy? Yeah, that's what I thought. Jump in the air, you little weirdo. Fucking death from above, dude. Raining down that cataphract on your dome. Oh, he landed the first shot. I should not peek that. Oh, dude, the 3-tap. I'm telling you. Everyone lands at the 3-tap. There's no one in this lobby that misses a hand cannon shot. Except me. This is elderly abuse. No way, dude. What the fuck? Where did I missed my melee somehow? That's crazy. GG's, GG's, GG's. Well played, well played. On to the next one, dude. Needs to be the old lights emblem, only matchmaking. That's what I'm saying. I want the real old lights emblem, though. I want the actual old lights emblem. I want you had to have played Destiny 1, Year 1, Year 2, and Year 3. I want the old lights. I want the geriatric lights. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Pay some respect, all right? Pay some respect to your elders. I'm a Red War veteran. Kids these days, they don't understand. They really don't. They don't respect their elders like they should. God damn it. Bunch of kids around here running around. They're damn hunters. They're fucking one-hit kill melee bullshit. It ain't right. That's all I'm saying. It ain't right. Try getting a veteran's discount with that line. Yeah, I'm gonna ask them and say, can I get a senior discount? I'm a Red War veteran campaign. All right, Red War veteran. I'm a Red War veteran. I gotta get my words straight here. Do I get a military discount? I'm a Red War veteran. I did 2 tours. I did 2 tours. I cleared it on my Titan and my Hunter. Not the Warlock, though. We don't play on that fucking Warlock. Hell no. Kidding me? You think we're playing on the Warlock? Ooh, that Rat King. Should have just... I felt like the range was off, and I should have pushed him with the shotgun. Really? Oh, I have no shotgun ammo. Fuck. I missed my shotgun shot. That guy has a Rat King and a shotgun. Incredible. I don't know what that guy was doing. He was rushing me when he has no shields. Oh, I should have won that. That sucks. Really, bruh? Oh, barely won that one, dude. But we did win it. I got this purple, dude. Oh, that sucks. Got my kill yoinked. Nice wall, bud. You know what? I don't like that range. I'm out of here. Dude, really? Damn it. What are you shooting at? What are you actually shooting at, man? You're the most unserious hunter I've ever seen. This game. What are you shooting at? Oh my god. You gonna peek this or what? No one's gonna peek anything, huh? Everyone's just hiding, waiting for people to push them. Incredible. Yeah, I missed a couple shots on the AFK guy. No way, no way. I was like, he has a little too much health for this punch. And he did. He lives with a sliver of health. Oh, fuck. He got heavy ammo there. I thought he wasn't on it. Dude, this is so fucked. What a fucking dog shit spawn. I get killed by the guy with heavy and I get spawned 5 feet away from him, so I get killed by him again. God damn it. Oh, my aim is so bad. Can't kill the slightly transparent guy. The sidearm guy is gonna melt me, dude. As soon as I heard that sidearm, I was like, that's over. That's GG's. He always attacks at that range, too, so. Let's go. We're done. GG's, GG's, GG's. GG's. I got the lordly show. Nice. That looks awesome. Ledebski there with the freaking spare ration. The little slide shot, Eye of the Storm. Max handling roll. Nice. We'd love to see it. This thing is awesome, dude. This thing is so good. Cool, cool, very cool. I could put that B-roll up now. Kidding me? This is the new B-roll. Just hearing spare rations makes me want to jump into Crucible again, yeah. The throwback, dude. The throwback. Alright, so what are people doing in Destiny now? We're cheesing like crazy? We're cheesing raid bosses? Is that what you're doing, Drews? I'm playing with the artifacts. Breaking the game for fun. Can you join the Discord? Oh, fuck. I'm still in Rumble? What the hell? I didn't even... Fuck, get me out of here.
Hello.
What's good? What's artifact breaks you coming up with?
A lot of them. So many of them.
Oh, really?
There's the infinite super.
Infinite super?
You could just put on a bunch of elemental siphons, and then anytime you get an elemental pickup, you get like 25% of your super energy.
Jeez.
Pick up 4 elemental pickups, and then you get your super, and you just pop it.
Damn.
So I run around with that on the arc super. So I make a bunch of pickups, get my super, and then I use the infinite damage one to just do like 200,000 damage with the super. Very fun.
Jeez.
Also the infinite ammo one. You make just unlimited ammo off bosses.
Damn. I gotta see some of this.
You can one-shot Carl with pack tactics on Warlock. That's pretty cool.
Damn, this is insane. So I imagine you're farming Pantheon with that then, right?
We were 3-man farming Pantheon. We're killing Argos with 3 people. It just takes like the supers.
3-man? Jeez. So you don't even need a whole team?
Just kills them.
Jeez. So when you queue into trials or comp, that's when you can like select all this stuff. Is that how it is? Like, do you have to be in a game or like just in the queue?
Yeah, you have to lock. It has to lock your loadout, so you have to start the game. So funny when you play comp now because you'll just join up and like the team will quit, and the other people aren't even playing comp. They don't care. You just go into a comp game and everyone's just like AFK fixing their artifacts. I can take screenshots of all the cool ones.
Very cool. What should we do then? Should we go into some Pantheon? Or like, what's the game plan?
You don't even need cheese or this cheese or the artifact cheese for Pantheon. You can just go to Morgith and just throw them off the map.
Oh yeah, can you do that solo?
Yeah, you can do that alone.
That's crazy. You're just soloing in Morgith and just hurling him off the map.
Yeah, all you need is a bubble and a crossbow, and you just throw them off the map.
Damn, I might go in to do that then, just for the fuck of it.
I just sent you.
But I need the arc staff though, right?
screenshots.
Oh no, I need the bow, right? Yeah, that's what it is.
You just need a crossbow, heavy crossbow.
Got Morgith checkpoint?
Resistance.
Oh, you have to have the checkpoint?
Yeah, you gotta have the checkpoint.
Can you give that to me, discarded?
I sent you a bunch of cool artifacts. Want to go load into a game and put them all on?
We could do it together too.
I think you need someone to load the checkpoint with.
Oh yeah, true. As I said, we can run it together. Me and discarded or whoever. I mean, we get lots of people from the stream.
Yeah. Very good way for you to do carry, so going up to get loot.
It's on public now, so you can join on it.
You can do it on 5 feet too. All feet's on.
Sprightly, you got the checkpoint, or someone else got the checkpoint? Just discarded TV had the checkpoint. What? Hold up. Oh, no worries. Let's promote Sprightly, because I think they have the checkpoint as well. You can join on me. Is it discarded? Oh. Let me see here. If Sprightly doesn't have it, then I'll join on discarded. I'll join on discarded now. I'll get this saved. Probably save it on a bunch of characters. Because this is my Titan here, so I obviously can't save it on this character because I would end up beating it on this character. Right, yeah, you're good, Sprightly. We'll load in together. Whoever wants to do it can join up. If you don't want to do it, then you don't have to. But if you're interested. Alright, so the character is locked in here. And then let me just join up on another character if I can. So let me change characters. And then I'm gonna join up on my. I guess I'll just join up on my warlock, sure. It's really better. Load up on discarded. Good. And then we'll wipe on this character and then we'll get it started. I'm gonna grab a quick snack before we launch and go. All right. Good, got saved on my warlock now. Now we are ready. Guys, ice cream sandwich. Classic, dude. You fuck with ice cream sandwich, Drews?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
got a bunch of them.
You excited? Chat, Drews is coming to America. Is this your first time coming to America, Drews?
Yes. Well, no, but yes. I don't remember the last time I went.
This is going to be incredible for you. Literally, this is going to be Drews' first time. He's coming from a third world country into the first world country, best country on earth, dude. This is going to be an incredible experience for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where you at again?
Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah. Third world. But you guys want it to be a state?
You like McDonald's, you said, right?
That's the best.
They got the world's
Best restaurant in
biggest
the world.
McDonald's in Orlando.
Yeah.
Are you prepared for this?
I've been told.
Are you going to get the world's biggest order?
Do they have the Super Big Macs?
I don't know. Probably. The world's biggest fish fillet.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, man. It's going to be awesome for you.
We'll get.
I'm excited. I
Right.
actually haven't gone inside the McDonald's. I just went through the drive-through. But apparently they have
Mhm.
crazy stuff. Apparently they have like spaghetti or something. I forget. Like it's they have like crazy menu.
What the hell?
Yeah, like that's some absurd menu. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. We'll find out when
We're
we
just
get there.
eating there.
What?
We're just eating there the whole time.
Not the whole time, but at least probably like the
What?
first night.
Outrageous.
At least once or maybe twice.
Like twice a day.
I mean, you can go there as many times as you want. I can't stop you. You are an adult. Believe it or not. As much
Right.
as hard as it is for me to believe you are actually an adult.
Yeah.
You down to 5 feet Insurrection Pantheon sometime this week or weekend? Sure. Is it like hard with all the cheese? It should be free with the cheeses, right?
Yeah. We just cheese it. We use all these ARC supers.
Yeah.
Right.
It should be free then.
Yeah.
Gotta get that
easy
emblem, dude.
emblem.
Cheese the emblem, dude? No. I got my old lights emblem, so I'm pretty much locked in with that, but I'll still do it just for the fuck of it. Like, I don't care.
Yeah, we'll cheese it definitely.
Who am I supposed to join on?
Crims is just pissed. I'm in here if you want to join.
Right in that
Supposed to be on a Titan with a bubble.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna join up on.
I should technically be on one too, just in case you fuck it up. Sorry, when you fuck
It's a
it up.
good chance of fucking it up.
For you, yeah.
No.
I wouldn't cut it past you.
You literally, I've cheesed this guy more than most people on planet Earth. You know that, right? We used to come
Yeah.
out here with like swords and we would like hurl him with like finishers and stuff, if I remember correctly.
I remember. My favorite is the hammer firing line.
You needed it has to have the high persistence on it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so if you like look at mine, that's like 83 persistent.
83 persistence.
I mean, yours, I don't know. Mine just happens to be like insanely rolled for persistence.
This one has 56.
You
56.
want empowered rail. It's a power. Yeah, empowered rail and then persistence masterwork. Then an enhanced persistent mod. It'll be fine. Just as high persistence as you can get.
What does yours have on for persistence? How much?
83.
83?
Yep.
Mine has on 83 as well.
Perfect.
What makes the bubble grabbable? Is there like a thing you have to put on?
I think it's just how bubble works now. You
Oh.
can pick it up and throw it.
Alright, so I place this rally banner down. And then I go over here and I put my
I think you put the bubble, and then you pick up.
put the bubble, and then how many bolts do I put into it?
I don't know, like 4. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the amounts, but you just put it on the side. I think that you're facing. That'll work.
So, and then I grab it from
Should
this
get
side
the-
or the back side?
Yeah, you should be good to go now.
Grab it from
Pick
which
it up.
side?
I don't think it matters. Just pick it up. It'll have like a default side.
Oh fuck! Oh, it has. Oh yeah, pick up water done. Got you.
So you should be able to just run into him. We either did it backwards or the right way, so just run into his ass.
Huge.
Yeah.
Oh, get off the map. Get.
I haven't done it much, but I don't know, like the
Yes.
meta of throwing him
Yes.
off the map.
Yes. Yes. Oh, that's so good.
Hmm?
That's funny, dude. That's funny. Takes a bit for him to fall, I guess. It's a bit of
Yes.
a fall down there.
Mhm.
He's
There you go.
losing his amassed strength. His amassed strength bar went down.
It's a bit slower, but the best part is it takes you to a chest.
What the
So you
hell?
can go spend your spoils.
Damn.
Wait, is this the... Oh no, yeah, you can... Yeah, so you can spend your spoils here too. You're not just wasting...
What the hell? There's enemies.
You are farming it
fucking
with...
us. Hey! The cheese is cheesing us, dude. Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, so if you farm it with your chat, you can just spend all your shit too. You don't have to waste it all.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Love that. Alright, let's load up the checkpoint again then. So good. Who's got the checkpoint? Me or you guys doing it?
Yeah, but I don't even have a checkpoint.
Alright, I'll do it then. On to the Warlock. Do you like put on the feats or no?
Here you go. I mean, you don't need to. I think you need like... I don't know how many feats you need for max spoils. Definitely need some for max spoils.
Spiley, thank you for the tier 1 16 months. Appreciate you, bud. Alright, that's cool.
Huh.
Can you
Biggest
get
farm ever.
any combo for Morgith? Yeah, it's crazy, man. Tim Sweeney, CEO of Epic Games, called out Roblox as eating the game industry in the future. Interesting. All right, we're here. I'm going to change characters. Dope, 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 dope. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. It says, at the close of the State of Unreal keynote in Chicago, Tim Sweeney addressed what he called a, quote, time of crisis and also opportunity in the games industry. He called out new threats of closed ecosystems like Roblox, and one of his solutions is to call for Team Open, an alliance of game companies that could set things right. Sweeney was, as ever, proactive in his words as he ended the keynote that kicked off Unreal Fest. On the upside, he said there's a new generation of gamers coming in with new tastes in games, and they're playing games at a higher rate than any previous generation before. Well, this is getting spicy, dude. All right, let's do this. It is time to cheese. What?
You just launch?
What? I literally hurled him off. That's crazy. He goes like a different direction every time. It's not exactly predictable what he does. Bungie really needs to like put out a quick hotfix for the cheese to make it more consistent, you know? Like make it so he like
Yeah,
runs straight down the middle.
Yeah, you shouldn't have to guess where he's gonna run.
Like the an RNG element in the cheese mechanics is really not the best, I think. Put some guardrails down the side there, so he goes straight down the middle. That's insane how fast that is. What the hell?
Yeah.
30 spoils just like that. I'll throw a bubble here, so that way they can't kill us. Oh, and the bubble's gone. No. God damn. And you can go here and use it up. Oh, God, dude. This is the peak cheese right now, dude. Oh, I can get a threat level from this? Alright. And rinse and repeat. Reload the checkpoint and do it again.
Literally the perfect fun.
You want to try Insurrection Prime with the cheese? I'm sure you could probably do it to every boss. I saw them do it to the Desert Perpetual boss, and I was laughing. I was like, damn. I had to record a quick video about this one real fast. So let me do that. Bungie addressed it, and they said that they were fixing it like next week, right? I believe that's what they said. You see that or no?
Saw that they might just disable stuff. Or for the artifact this week, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess for the cheese, who knows what happens.
For this cheese, they talked about just disabling things.
Really?
And just like leaving them permanently disabled.
No way.
Yeah.
Like what?
They might just not allow you to use bubble in this encounter. Or you might not be able to use expose or something.
That would be so fucked. Where did they actually said that? There's no way.
Well, they didn't say that about this specifically. They said there are some cheeses that may be easier just to leave things disabled
Oh yeah.
than risking breaking other things. So if they like fix the bubble, right, they might break something else. They'll have to fix that too. They can't because they're ending service or whatever they're doing. So.
Yeah. Yeah, there's only a few more hotfixes left. I feel like no matter what, it's going to end with some cheese being there. It would be nice if the game was mostly not like super busted, but also like, I guess we technically started Destiny with the cheese, so maybe we end with the cheese. It comes full circle. You know, full circle, like the cheese wheel, it's a full circle. Starts with cheese, ends with cheese. That's what I'm saying. That's what it was always meant to be. All right. All right, let me do this here. I'm going to record this for this channel. Just give me a second. This is how to one-hit kill basically any raid boss in Destiny 2 right now, especially Morgith, but I've seen countless other people figure out the same tech on other raid bosses, so let's give you the breakdown. You need to be on Titan. You have to have the bubble on, and it has that new orb in the middle that you can pick up. You're going to put on a bow in the heavy slot. Something like Submersion is fine. You want really high persistence because you need the bolts to stick to the orb that's created in the middle of that bubble, and you don't want them to blow up really fast because you're going to need some time to push the boss off the edge. I've got 83 persistence on here, as you can see. So now here's what we do. Place the bubble down, We're going to shoot it with a bunch of the darts like so. I've even got teammates pushing it with extra ones. Okay. Then all we have to do is simply get the encounter started. We just jump up, grab that. We're going to pick up the Ward of Dawn. Don't retrieve the bolts. After I've picked it up, you roam around behind the boss, and you're just going to shove it right up his bum. Just like this. You're going to push up, and this is going to push the boss around. In a moment here, you'll see he starts flying. He's getting hurled around. And eventually, he's going to get absolutely launched off the edge of the map. He's sliding, dude. He's going... It's a slippery slope, dude. He's skating. All right. And yeah, this is possible not just in this encounter, but many encounters. So it takes a little bit for him to die. He falls a slow, pitiful death. But this is it. Destiny has come full circle. We started with cheese, and we ended with cheese, okay? You pushed the Templar off the edge of the map. Don't act like you didn't. Don't act like you're better than me. I know you threw solar grenades at the Templar. Right? I know you pushed Atheon off the map. And now it ends with cheese, okay? Just like a cheese wheel, it's a full circle. And we're back once again. After you push him off, he will slowly fall to his death, and just wait it out. Eventually, it'll bring you to the end of the screen here. The loot will drop. You get a bunch of good drops. And the vendor is here as well, so you can actually turn your spoils in, which is even better, as you can see there. Put some feats on, so that way you get maximum spoil drops. Okay, a bunch of armor, a bunch of drops. Go speak to Anor Mahal here, and then get whatever you need here. There's a lot of great weapons. I mean, dude, this thing's crazy good. You've got threat levels good. Everything's good here. Honestly, a lot of these weapons have really, really valuable, really interesting roles. So we'll break down god rolls of each and every one of them. But figured I'd bring you a short and sweet video of how to do this cheese method in case you hadn't seen it yet, because it is very spicy. Very good. That's a wrap on this one. Make sure to subscribe. See you in the next one. Later. All right, beautiful. Thank you, my dudes. One take wonder, dude.
Shocked you did it on the first try.
We almost choked it. Dude, I walked up to him the first 2 times and he didn't get pushed. And I was like, what are you doing? Move your candy ass. He was trying to fucking ruin the one take, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, Warframe dropped their thing today, didn't they?
Oh, yeah. The Warframe, the Telesto thing. The Guardians make their own fate or whatever. Or something like that. Damn, what is that? We should go do that. Not right now, but maybe later.
Just messaged me saying new quest was really good.
Was a quest? Really?
No idea.
Alright, well, I gotta get back to reading some news stories here. Thank you for the cheeses, my dudes.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna leave the Discord, I'm just leaving the game.
I'm not about to see you.
See you soon. Hope you have a great day. I am having a great day, Pineapple. What's good? What happened to this video here? These videos are just not playing for some reason. Oh, it's not looped is the problem. I was like so confused. Alright. So, what other news stories do we got here cooking up, chat? Thanks for subbing. Yes, Lord Alucard. We rumbling on them? What's good, Lord Alucard? I might get back in there and farm some more bosses in a minute. We got some other news stories to cover here, though. A lot going on in the games industry right now. A lot going on with Bungie even. Check this out. Bungie has acknowledged the game-breaking glitches that were recently discovered inside Destiny 2, and instead of immediately fixing them, instead of immediately issuing a patch, they are letting you have a little bit of fun, which is, I think, appropriate considering that we started Destiny 2 cheesing and we're going to finish it that way as well. In fact, there's also been discussion about how exactly do they fix these things. There's only a few hot fixes left, so we might be left in a state of permanent cheese. The meta could be pushing the bosses off the edge of the map after all. How crazy would that be? The Destiny 2 team posts on Twitter with 2.7 million views just yesterday, so this is worldwide. We have been seeing some interesting videos where Guardians are doing near infinite damage to bosses, thanks in part to unintended artifact perk stacking. If you don't know, what you can do is load into trials, load into comp, and you can stack the same perk on your artifact as many times as you want. So you're able to do just an absolutely absurd amount of damage to the bosses. That is a completely separate glitch from the boss glitch that we've been showing you. That is, you can push bosses off the edge of the map. That's a whole nother issue. We'll see how Bungie chooses to address that. There's a lot of glitches going on right now. This is a big one, though. This is one that's definitely, and then also you have issues with the sandbox where the Truth rocket launcher is doing crazy amounts of damage and basically outshines every other weapon in the current sandbox. So even that might get nerfed a little bit. You got issues across the board. Of course, we knew this was going to happen when they said there was going to be 71 pages of patch notes and a massive update. Even when Bungie adds even just the tiniest update to this game, it tends to break a variety of other things due to their spaghetti code and things like that. But boy, howdy, has this been a rough one, right? And we know that there's layoffs coming very soon. And so their goal is to get these patches out and these hot fixes out to leave the game in a somewhat playable, good state, right? There's going to be the forever meta pretty soon where nothing is ever going to change again. And whatever that will be is to be determined at this point. It's quite hilarious to watch, to be honest, says the Destiny 2 team. While we're planning a fix next week, likely, we think this is a bit fun. Go ahead, get out there, beat up Atheon, destroy some bosses, do your thing. Just to note, we will be disabling artifacts in Crucible/Gambit to protect Guardians from being on the receiving end of this. So you got to keep the integrity in the PvP side of things, of course. We tried to come up with a name, the Artifacting. Sure, why not? If you have a better suggestion, throw it our way. All in all, it's Monument of Triumph. Do some crazy stuff. Send us your videos. Have some fun. Be brave. It's no longer Monument of Triumph. It is Monument of Cheese. We are going out with the cheese, baby. I don't even know if they'll be able to fix this. 35,000 likes. Dear God. This literally is one of the most liked posts of all time. People really appreciating the just have fun. Like the game's broken. We get it. We're going to fix it up a little bit so that way you can't just shove every boss off the edge of the map. Like I was out there soloing, pushing Morgoth off the map in Pantheon with maximum feats. It's not the best. I mean, some people won't mind it because hey, you get the loot and the game's already dead anyways, but others will want to, play the game and do it legit. And so it creates an interesting dilemma, but it's kind of something that the Destiny 2 community has been wrestling with for 12 years now, where do we cheese this thing and save time, or do we do it legit and feel more satisfaction, I guess, for having earned our loot? I think most people are in category of should we just cheese this thing? Because you don't have 4 hours to clear the raid with a bunch of randos on Fireteam Finder that don't know what they're doing, right? So the idea of being able to cheese it and actually clear it feels a lot more enticing. So let me know where you stand on it, though. What do you think? Is this a Bungie W? And how do you feel about all the cheeses and exploits currently in the game? All right. What? It won't let me drag that into the. What are we? Are you insane right now? What is happening on this? This is insanity. It won't let me drag the video into the Google Drive. Are you serious right now? What are you? All right, you know what? This is insane. What is going on? Brother. What do you mean? I can't drag anything into my own Google Drive anymore. What has happened? Don't like it. What happened? Something fucked up in this fucking thing, you know? It's fucking busted, dude. It must be bugged. Like, there must be some... Must be something crazy going... Like, must be a bug with the Google Drive or something. This doesn't make any sense. File upload, yes. Show all files. Videos. What the actual fuckity fuck is going on? Okay, now I guess I can't drag it into the thing anymore. But I can click upload. Great. Now I have to do it this fucking slow snail way of doing it. Of course. Okay, so that worked, I guess. That worked. I was able to get the video in there with that route. But now I can't drag it in there anymore. The feature is fucked up now. That's awesome. Technology, my dudes. Technology. Every day of my life, something breaks. I swear, being a content creator is more IT support and technical troubleshooting than it is actually making things. Some days. What is going on with this? I think Opera is fucking up or something. What are we doing? All right, we're good now. Got this all cleaned up. All right, let's see what news stories we got here lined up for us. We got all kinds of stuff going on. More than 300 games? Oh my god. It's happening. The AI takeover of the games industry, it's going down. Whether we want it or not, we've stepped into a war with the AI. More than 300 games released on Steam last week, and 120 of them had AI disclosures. Yeah. AI and generative AI is an extremely powerful tool, and there's good and bad to it, right? The good, does it outweigh the bad though? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to see what you say down in the comments below. Android Who Dreams of Stars looks like the kind of visual novel that has appeared weekly on Steam for over a decade. This trailer shows a series of static sci-fi animated images accompanied by simple, plaintive music. It centers around, quote, autonomous android Eve Nova, whose existence is cause for wonder and concern in a futuristic Tokyo governed by AI. In this future, war and hunger are treated as relics of the past thanks to the governing prowess of said AI. Did AI write this? Turns out yes. Oh no. Developed by Jin Cycle, who has released 11 games on Steam since 2020. Oh man, this guy's got he's got a high output of AI games now. Can this guy make a Destiny 3? Can you imagine an AI slop Destiny 3? That would be funny just to see what it would look like. Obviously, it's not going to work out, but that would be funny just to see. Android Who Dreams of Stars uses AI-generated content for its, quote, artwork, sound, story, localization, and store assets. In other words, pretty much every element the user interacts with is made by AI. Amusingly, its low-effort trailer even includes an erroneous Steam screenshot chime. What? We gotta watch this, dude. Android Who Dreams of Stars. This is their Steam trailer right here. What am I watching? AI generated games. Welcome to the future, chat. Welcome to the future. Incredible. Honestly, still a better story than Lightfall. I'm just saying. It can never get worse than Lightfall. Let's be real. So fuck it, dude. AI could have generated a better narrative than Lightfall. My Summer Love Memories is an FMV romance game whose videos, images, and music were created using generative AI. Even its dialogue was composed by LLM. Meanwhile, as Ted Litchfield pointed out yesterday, Cryonull is another visual novel whose voices in the game, as well as on the store page, were generated using AI. Dude, some of these AI voices, they used to be really bad. I mean, it was like so robotic and terrible. Remember Destiny Rising, those AI voices? God, those were horrible. Let me pull that up again.
Rising, the new mobile game in the Destiny Rising entered its voice lines in the game. Placeholder voiceover Destiny Rising.
Reward bounties are on the bulletin board over there.
Yo, what the fuck? Yo, did you just hear that? That was the fucking. Isn't that the TikTok voice?
Remember to do what you can. There's no shame.
Aren't there any bounties here that ordinary folks can take on?
That's funny as hell, dude.
Aren't there any bounties here that ordinary folks can take on?
Bro, that is fucking peak, dude. What the hell? He straight up did the TikTok voice. The developer Novelka Games is charging a cheeky $100 for it, leading some in the Steam discussion forum to speculate that it's a money laundering exercise. Dude, $100 for AI slop? Dude, we got into the wrong business, boys. We got into the wrong business. I'm making an AI slop generated Destiny knockoff game, AI voice, AI art, AI gameplay. I'm kidding. It was a joke. All right. Don't clip this. Don't put this on Twitter. It was a joke, I swear. For legal reasons, it was a joke. $100 AI generated games aren't new, though. Typical NPC was developed by Smog Games, a fairly prolific slop vendor. That visual novel released on May 11th for $100, and according to its disclosure, quote, all images used in the game were AI generated. All images on the story page were also AI generated. Damn, just everything, the whole thing. Smog Games issued another $100 serving of churn on June 13th with After the Hero, though apparently only its images and not its very many words were AI generated. The wording of their disclosures is eerily similar. Joining Smog Games in this mysterious pricing exercise is Calendula Games. Notice a consistency in naming convention? Who released Velvet Emergency for $110 in May, released Blood in the Ice and Signal Snow on the same day, both for $100, all with heavy AI disclosures. Wow, these guys are mass producing slop. 3 $100 video games that are just AI slop generated. This is crazy. Imagine if people are actually buying this shit. I clicked into every Steam listing for games released from June 9th here in Australia through to, well, about an hour or so ago. That's just under a full week. During that period, 338 new games released, and 120 of those had an AI disclosure. Wow. An AI disclosure doesn't mean a game is predominantly made with AI like those listed above. Many developers disclose AI use for stored page assets, especially for capsule images. While that's a dubious creative and business decision, I can always immediately tell when a game's capsule image is AI generated, making it easy to skip. It may not affect the actual game it's advertising. Sometimes AI disclosures don't really feel necessary. The developers of Underwater disclosed that they used AI generated images as art reference only and not directly in the game itself, begging one to question whether they needed to make a content disclosure at all. Yeah, it seems pretty odd. Like, people wanted a black and white situation, but it's obviously much more nuanced where how much AI you're using is an important factor in this. It's going to get to the point where everyone is using some small degree of AI. So then you're going to need, what a percentage, game was 10% AI generative content, right? We're going to have to create a better organization system other than yes or no. According to Steam itself, the disclosure box is, quote, concerned with the use of AI in creating content that ships with your game and is consumed by other players. Emphasis mine. Some developers use the AI disclosure box to get a touch defensive, which I guess is understandable. The creators of Camellia insist that, quote, less than 1% of their game contains AI assisted content. There it is. I predicted it. Less than 1%, right? We're going to have to break down the percentages now soon. While the creator of Idlemore uses the box to defend against using AI to make the game's logos, I hate to say it. Look, this is going to be the most wildly unpopular opinion, but AI is just going to be a really powerful tool and it's going to be used. And some people are going to make slop trash games and others aren't. And whether they are or aren't, what percentage they're using really shouldn't matter too much. You should just evaluate the game based on its trailer on Steam. And, you can see the contents of the game. And obviously Steam gives you a refund. So if you buy some AI slop game for $110, you can refund it like 10 minutes into it once you realize that this thing is trash. So not committed too much in this day and age with all of the guardrails that are put up. So whether the game was made with AI or not, shouldn't matter that much. The game will be evaluated on its quality and on its merits regardless, But I know there's a lot of people that, they kind of use the AI or feel the AI is deceptive, bad, evil, etc., and they just don't want anything to do with it, right? They don't want to play a game that has even less than 1% AI. They want 100% games made by real people. And that's fine if you feel that way at this point in time. It's important to understand that in the future, though, as technology gets more and more powerful, as these tools get more powerful, those lines are going to be more and more blurred. Right now, AI is at its weakest it's ever been. It only gets stronger every day with a new iteration and with new models being developed and more powerful. These fucking AI data centers absolutely soaking up the water from your communities, right? It's soaking up your damn components, making your consoles cost thousands of dollars. These things only get more and more powerful, and the things that they produce will be a reflection of the talent of the people on their studio to some degree, right? I think that once you get actual talented people that have like a creative vision that are also willing to use these powerful tools and maybe even make them more powerful, you might actually find some semblance of harmony there, perhaps. I know we're not really ready for that conversation because people are just straight up like, no AI ever, right? We don't want any of that. And I understand that you're there, but I don't know if that's going to be the future, right? I don't know if we're going to regress back and, take the AI out of games, but we'll see, man. Even a game like Bungie adopts AI, believe it or not. If you didn't know that, that was something that was looked at before. And so you think like, oh no, Bungie doesn't have an AI disclosure. They don't have an AI disclosure, but they were at one point in time looking for AI developers inside their studio. This was a big story that we blew the lid off many years ago. I don't know how much they've followed up with that. I feel like a lot of companies at this point are probably using AI, but like secretively, because it doesn't help you in any way to announce publicly, like, we're using AI. Like, it doesn't gain you your audience or anything. So you might as well just like use it and then like hope nobody notices or something, right? I think that's kind of where it's at, I imagine. But I'm going to pull up the article of Bungie using AI here. Yeah, this is the article. This is from October 2023. Bungie seems to be embracing generative AI for game development. Yikes. They were looking for this generative AI lead tools engineer. This isn't something you just randomly throw up on the old LinkedIn either, on the old hiring page, right? Do you believe generative AI is changing the landscape of what's possible? Do you delight in combining models and making the perfect prompt? It goes on and on and on, right? They took this down because of the backlash, but I mean, the damage was done. Like, you already know what companies are trying to do here. This individual said the logo images on the store are AI generated. The developer writes, this lets me focus on making the actual game as I am not an artist. AI art will not appear in the game itself when you are playing. Overall, I was surprised by how many of these 120 games use generative AI for music and assets. I had assumed that the vast majority would be for translation and store page images. The former raises quality control questions and is obviously a disaster for actual humans who are employed to translate games. But it's arguably less egregious compared to machine-made music, textures, and narrative. Yeah, taking people's literal artwork and then putting it into an engine or into an AI generative machine that can spit out their work, but without having to attribute it to them and pay them. It's pretty rough. One thing's for sure, the slopscape is broadening, and with it, a new style of scammy, spammy game that doesn't seem designed or priced to even be played. Top Steam games by revenue, June 2nd through 9th. Steam releases its top seller charts on Wednesdays, so the blow chart doesn't factor in some late week releases that might have been big, though I don't know, or I don't think anything major released during last week's Summer Games Fest frenzy. So these are the top 10 games. Gothic 1 Remake went gangbusters, which I'm glad to see. According to THQ Nordic, it sold 500,000 copies in its first week and reached a peak concurrent player count of almost 78,000. Nice. I spoke to a Polish developer last week who explained to me that Gothic is a massive phenomenon in Europe, basically a household name. It's certainly not that well known here in Australia, and it seems not much more than a niche concern among North Americans. Whatever the case, I'm going to blast some early 90s symphonic metal later this week and give it a go. I love the Elix games and have wanted to jump into Gothic for years. Steam Deck's appearance in the list has everything to do with stock replenishments and the fact that it's much, much more expensive than your average Steam game. Interesting. All right, there it is. That's a breakdown of the AI slop meta that's entering into video games. How crazy is that, dude? I feel like we see these goofballs at the bottom using it, and we can kind of point and laugh, right? We can throw tomatoes, especially if they're ripping off people's art. But there will come a time when this technology does get more powerful and it becomes more normal. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not saying that's the way it should be, but it feels like it's too powerful at a time when games are bloated in their cost. Like a Destiny 3 can only get made with real people for $500 million. Now, a Destiny 3 with AI tools, how much does that reduce that cost? Can that lower it down to 400 million? Is that even possible? Is that even would the quality of it be this level, like slop level quality? Who knows, man? Who knows what's going to happen? Who knows what the future of games will be in this situation? But it's crazy seeing at least some clear evidence of AI getting more and more powerful. And I'd love to see some examples of AI being used in a way that's good almost. I feel like if they actually make good stuff with it. I feel like Expedition 33 is probably the best example. They won Game of the Year and they used AI as well. So, and then you also have Arc Raiders that used AI. So Night Game was crushing it for a while. So you got some pretty good examples now that I think about it. So for all of these slot projects, there are a few exceptionally good ones. Let me know what you think about the topic down in the comments below, though. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. Straight ripping people off, dude. It's bad, dude. It's bad. It's bad when it's ripping people off. Is there a way that they can do it without ripping people off? That's what I wonder. Is there a way that AI can make content that doesn't rip people off? I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, and then we're back on the grind. BRB chat. All right, we are back, my dudes. We are so back. We got countless stuff to catch up on. That busted Hunter melee build. Oh my god. All right. Consoles. Who's ready for an Xbox or a PlayStation to be $2 to $3 grand, dude? I am not looking forward to that. This is crazy. Xbox shutting down studio Ninja Theory 2 weeks after they announced a new game. What the hell? How's that even possible? Two weeks, they get shut down. Crazy, dude. Mm. All right, let's see what else we got here. The Power World lawsuit, yes. Nintendo loses their lawsuit versus Power World. That's so fascinating. How much did Nintendo spent like $40 million on that? I'm only the one whose weapon is buggy in Destiny. Is there something buggy with yours? What weapon is it? It might be specific to that weapon. How much money did Nintendo spend on their lawsuit versus Power World? I want to see this canceled Project Blackbird, dude. Is there any gameplay from the canceled game Blackbird? Canceled MMO. Project Blackbird. Ooh. This is from 5 months ago. This is awesome, dude. You ready for this, chat? This was meant to be the Destiny killer. It's called Project Blackbird, and this game was actually canceled. An MMO game that could have rivaled Destiny. And Jason Schreier, in his most recent video, talked about this project as it being the perfect replacement for Destiny and how Xbox actually had put in a lot of development into it. The game had this leaked footage that we're watching right now, and I guess they just canceled the whole project, which is absolutely insane. This happened months ago. Imagine if they kept going forward with it, and imagine if it landed well. I doubt it, right? Like, let's be real. It probably wouldn't have landed well, but Jason Schreier said that it was actually a great game and that it could have rivaled Destiny, which is a really tall order and a crazy statement. And he definitely knows what he's talking about in regards to, being a industry expert and understanding, Destiny pretty well. So I kind of wish we could see some real gameplay from this, like running around first person shooter style gameplay, if that's what it is. I don't know if it's first person or third person, but this is the leaked gameplay we got from it. Crazy stuff, huh? Canceled Project Blackbird may have been perfect replacement for Destiny, Insider says. Quote, if Xbox had a game like Blackbird ready to go to kind of fill that void that Destiny has left, that could have been a hit. And this is something that we talked about a lot recently, which is that there's an empty space in our hearts now that Destiny 2 is dead and gone. And that void can be filled by other studios. It could be Project Blackbird. It could be a variety of other games that could fill that. The ones that I think could really seize the moment right now and get the biggest opportunity would probably be Borderlands. Borderlands has first person shooting. It has obviously a very different art style. I think Destiny's art style is better, but it's still unique and, somewhat gritty. And a lot of people that play Destiny also play Borderlands. However, it's lacking in its MMO aspect. It's lacking in the meaningful end game, and it doesn't really have as well thought through PvP in the game. So in those areas, if there was a spin-off Borderlands project, right, that kind of tapped into that while still maintaining the core sequels that they're going through, like obviously Borderlands 5 is probably being cooked up as we're recording this video, I'm sure, then that would be pretty cool. That's a big opportunity for them. Warframe obviously could step into this spot. They're a third-person shooter, so not exactly the same, but comparable nonetheless, and they definitely could seize the opportunity here. There's a lot of money being left on the table, basically. If no one's going to make a Destiny 3 or a Destiny 1 remastered, then anyone could swoop in and scoop up the Destiny audience at this stage. One of the big casualties of Microsoft's layoffs in 2025 was Project Blackbird, an action RPG MMO from the Elder Scrolls Online team at ZeniMax. Described as Destiny 2 meets Cyberpunk 2077. That's an excellent description. I like that. The game was reportedly canceled in mid-2025, according to Bloomberg reporter Jason Schreier. It could have been the game to succeed Destiny 2 now that Bungie has wound down development on it, as he believes it could have been a huge hit if it had been released. In a new video on his YouTube channel, Schreier spoke about the current state of Xbox and how he'd heard nothing but good things about Blackbird. Destiny just died, and if Xbox had a game like Blackbird ready to go to kind of fill that void that Destiny has left, that could have been a hit. The timing would have been great, right? Unfortunately, we're left with a world where Destiny is dead and there's nothing to do after. Right now, we still have the update. There's still plenty to do in Destiny 2, but, fast forward a few months from now and it's going to feel pretty empty. I've heard nothing but good things about the game. Granted, a big, very expensive project that spent a lot of time in development and was having struggles of its own. But everything I've heard about that game is so positive. It's really a shame that it was canceled. I think because it could have helped fill a much needed gap for Xbox right now. And those were some pretty crazy comments. I heard that and I was like, hey, because all I'm looking for is something that can satiate my desire for like a first person shooter game like what Destiny did. Of course, Destiny 3 would be best case scenario. We don't really want to jump ship and play other games necessarily. Even a Destiny 1 remastered would suffice, but if not, getting to play a similar genre would be nice. And right now, the closest thing you got is, I guess, Borderlands and Warframe. Currently, Xbox's next big games include Gears of War E-Day from the Coalition and the Clockwork Revolution from InXile Entertainment. Moon Studios CEO Thomas Mahler, who led development on the 2 Ori games that Xbox published, also recently gave his informed take on Xbox and how the company leans too heavily on legacy IP instead of nurturing the talent needed to create the next generation of blockbusters. Quote says, Xbox has struggled for a long time to identify, empower, and protect the key creative people and teams who have kept the brand at the top, Mahler wrote in an online post. As for why Microsoft killed Blackbird, that could be due purely to financial reasons, as Microsoft has focused more than ever on remaining profitable in recent years. Man, it kind of sucks. I kind of wish we could at least get this project out in some ways just to see what it would look like, even if it is a huge flop. It'll be fun for a few hours, right? Like Highguard. You could be the at the best studio in the world and decisions happen that impact people. I didn't agree with what happened, but I understood the reasoning behind it. It is just financial. Former The Elder Scrolls Online director Matt Fuhrer said in a recent interview, quote, we're a number on a ledger, and if that number is large, it is ripe for analysis, shall we say, and that number was always large. Again, anytime you want to make a game that's the project size or scope of a Destiny game, it's going to balloon up really fast, right? As soon as you start hitting the category of first-person shooter, that's way bigger than third person. So keep that in mind. First person, you've got a bigger project on your hands than third person. Then you start going that MMO route, that immediately you're looking at multiple hundreds immediately. Then you go the looter shooter route. Yep, a lot of different assets. A lot of development goes into that, especially when you got random rolls and builds and build crafting. It's, you got PvE, of course, and then you're gonna have that end game. Now it's just now you're in the 300 million range, and then you add PvP into that, and that's why we're at like a super, super expensive Destiny 3 project. Or if you want any game to be a Destiny killer or a Destiny rival, it's gonna be comparative, especially if you want it to be at that level that Destiny was at in terms of its quality. So pretty crazy stuff, huh? Again, this is the leaked footage that came from this. So Destiny 2 meets Cyberpunk 2077 was the vibe that they're going for. Obviously, a lot of other games and studios were going after some of that Destiny magic, right? The game Destiny has been the best looter shooter in the market for a long time. And naturally, there's going to be copycats or people that will take inspiration from that and try to do their own spin off. Ironically, we saw games like Anthem come out and Crash and Burn and countless others. There's like a whole graveyard filled with IPs that tried to kill Destiny that inadvertently ended up dying themselves, because I think the space for looter shooters is a little more, it's not extremely niche. It's not as niche as like extraction shooters probably, but it's like in that mid tier or lower mid tier of more niche games, right? It's not as popular as maybe your standard arena shooters, where you got the arcade style, run and gun play style. So Destiny always had these little rivals that would pop up, and a lot of them died before Destiny. Some of them outlived Destiny. I mean, I guess the Division just had a recent update, the Division 2, and apparently they're greenlit to make the Division 3, so that might come out unless Ubisoft goes completely belly up. Aside from that, though, there are still other games in the genre that exist, but there's definitely a big void, a big hole, and I think this will be a big opportunity for the games industry, for someone to step up in a big way and realize that, when you see that petition with 400,000 signatures, when you see that the Destiny 2 players got online, even after like the lowest population ever, 1 million players online every day for like the first week of the new update, that kind of screams to you that there is an audience for this style of game. And it may not be the biggest audience. It may not be, peak Fortnite levels, right? But it is a massive enough audience that if you budget it right, you could scoop up, take a lot of money. Now, which studio will step up, which studio will be able to pull it off, I don't know. it feels like we're in this weird in-between time where right now we're experiencing the beginnings of AI technology sort of making games a lot cheaper to make. We noticed this with Embark and Arc Raiders, which had a ridiculously small budget of $75 million comparative to Marathon, which had 250 million. So I feel like the future of games is going to be cheaper and cheaper budgets as AI tools get more powerful. So suddenly that $500 million Destiny 3 will probably turn into 450, 400, 350, 300. Eventually, once it gets into that range where it can actually be made and it's not as big of a risk, then maybe we'll finally get that green light. It's weird that we have to sit around and wait for AI of all things. Like, what a weird timeline we're in right now. We're waiting for AI to be our salvation for Destiny. Like, excuse me? This feels so unusual and bizarre, but we've heard this from countless others. Even Paul Tassi commented on this, where it's like it seems pretty obvious that that's like the only possible path forward for Destiny right now, because a green light for a $500 million project is too risky, and none of these gaming companies right now could handle the risk. PlayStation is laying off countless employees. Their console sales are down. They're struggling in a variety of different ways. They're still crushing it and making a good amount of money, but not as much as they used to, right? Xbox is going through a massive reset, wiping countless studios out, countless IPs being hurled into the video game graveyard. So none of these companies are in a position right now to take on a risky investment of a $500 million 5-year project. And it's just like we're left with waiting for technology to catch up, which sucks because at this rate, I'm not going to get to play Destiny 3 until I'm literally in the assisted living home. I'm going to be 84 years old when Destiny 3 comes out, when it finally, the budget and the AI technology is so powerful that they can make it for, $50 million, I guess. But it sucks. This is the worst timeline right now. Kind of looks like he's wearing a Twilight Garrison over there, huh? Let me know what you think about it down in the comment section below. All right. All right, let's see what we got here for news videos. We have it. All right. Got an update on that mass Bungie layoff situation. The game looks like Ascent. Interesting. I haven't played that game Ascent. I've not played it. Oops, what the hell happened there? Opera crashed. Rip. The chat crashed. RP. Refresh. Opera said no. Too much. Looks like the chat is bugged out for me now. Let's see here. Good. I gotta refresh this restream chat. Restream IO chat. God damn it. All right, there it is. Open in browser. All right, I got the chat back now. I'm back. D2 will survive until Christmas? I'm sure, yeah. I'm sure the servers will be on for a while. If they weren't, it would be absolutely outrageous. You know what I'm saying? There's no way. We would be protesting in the streets. I gotta go reset my Crucible rep, that's for sure. Might get back online here in a minute. I just wanted to cover all these different news stories, chat. Get this stuff up and posted, and then I can hop back in game. Should we get back in and cheese Pantheon? What should we do here? Who knows how long the servers will be on for, but I'm sure they'll leave the game in a playable state at the end, right? I think that if they leave it with, I think the multiplayer functions probably won't be there after like a few years, though. But we're years away from that conversation, right? They ended the game New World and they just gave it like a year. Cheese Insurrection Prime, is that the play? All right, we got all that covered. Got the fans' voices. This is interesting. Here we go. Here we go. Ready for this one? This is fascinating. All right. Before we jump into this, we're going to cover a quick, I got to grab a quick snack over here. Give me a second. I got this cooking up here. Come on. Bao buns. Pork or chicken? That was actually chicken in that bao bun. All right. Generative AI has become a wild hot topic in the games industry right now. In just the last week alone, we saw 200 new games be created with generative AI on Steam. At least they had the tag. So it's not like the whole game was made with generative AI. They just used parts of the game with generative AI, which is just crazy, right? Like, think about that. How many games that are being created right now as we speak? Dozens of games are being worked on using generative AI. So, why is there so much pushback? Why so many game developers don't want to use generative AI? Are they just dinosaurs, or is there a real reason behind this? Here we go. With credits ranging from Dispatch and Marvel Rivals to Uncharted and Dragon Age. Oh, God, I don't even want to hear from them. Over 30 devs share their thoughts on Gen AI. Generative AI, though pitched as a revolution, remains taboo. Game developers like Stardew Valley's Eric Barone and Subnautica 2 studio Unknown Worlds openly avoid or malign it. The makers of trophy-adorned RPGs like Kingdom Come, Deliverance 2, and Baldur's Gate 3 faced severe backlash over whiffs of generative AI. NVIDIA DLSS 5's AI-powered filter stoked fierce rejection among devs and players. Other game developers, and especially executives, do see value in AI. Bethesda boss Todd Howard called it potentially a useful tool, just not for a generation. But the CEOs of EA and Ubisoft have championed AI as the tech of the future. Wow. It's also the same thing for Tim Sweeney. He's been chirping about AI for so long now. With the latter investing heavily in, quote, player-facing generative AI. Specifically, And 2025 hit ARC creators famously used loads of AI voices and later replaced with many people. And Summer Games Fest 2026 has seen a myriad of AI-aided games. I said there's people on this side, people on that side, people using it horribly and whiffing, people using it well and it's being successful, which seems to be few and far between. The tools right now aren't wildly powerful just yet, but they're in their worst iteration, right? Like it's a thing that just gets more and more powerful over time. Getting game developers to talk about generative AI is not always easy. In the process of interviewing over 30 devs on the subject, many people refused to speak to me or requested anonymity. I wanted a thorough examination of the tech and kept core questions to just 3. How do you feel about generative AI in games and in games development? Do you want to use it? And how do you want it to be treated in the games industry? Very interesting. What do people have to say? Perhaps pro AI developers didn't want to talk to me, or I just didn't run into any during my survey because I heard an overwhelmingly negative assessment of generative AI's origins, capabilities, and risks. By the end, I had heard dozens of developers make a case against using generative AI at all. All right, let's hear it. I want to know. Tell me. With their enormous physical server stacks, AI data centers guzzle water for cooling and incur massive power costs. That's it? The water? We're gonna have to make more water. I don't know. I feel like this being one of the main talking points is I don't know if it hits quite the same. Maybe I'm not understanding how bad the crisis is because we live in an area or in a time where there's just a plentiful amount of water. But I guess eventually, are we gonna like run out of water? Like, what's the gate? What's the cause here, right? With electricity draw for just one center equaling tens of thousands of homes, while the infrastructure required puts pressure on local communities and environments, these centers have also disrupted hardware markets and supply chains. Yet that's actually that might be the most valid claim. They're making our Xboxes cost $2,000 or more. We hate it, absolutely hate it. Leaving consumers facing price hikes as AI projects make key components scarce. RAM prices, for instance, have more than tripled in under 2 years. Meanwhile, AI-generated assets frequently rely on references which were scraped without creator permission. And many of the biggest AI providers, from OpenAI's ChatGPT to xAI's Grok, face legal action over what their AI tools produce, all while companies using these tools are grilled over how implementing AI often means firing people, sometimes after using them to train AI. It's a vicious world, man. Capitalism is the conduit that's pushing all of this forward. And in a world where you can produce more content for your game or whatever your thing you're doing while also cutting costs, I mean, that is like the mouth-watering, most tantalizing concept for these greedy suits CEOs, right? You know what I'm saying? These guys, this is exactly all they ever wanted. Iron Lung and Dusk creator David Szymanski, who is, quote, not categorically against AI as a whole technology, believes it needs to, quote, clean up its act before it can begin to be taken seriously. Like many devs, Szymanski is unwilling to hand wave all the ethical concerns about plagiarism, environmental impact, and job security tied to generative AI. The problem is that he's not wrong in this statement, but I feel like once the genie is out of the bottle, I don't know how we could go back to it. Like, I don't know how you're going to undo this. It feels very weird that artists that put in hard work to create these images and create these stories and these characters are essentially having their works being literally copy and pasted and, you know, having their entire career being essentially rug pulled from underneath them. I feel like we've never actually experienced something like this in the past. We have seen technology replace people. Like, remember when there's people who you'd see these like call centers where there'd be like a bunch of like ladies moving the plug from one phone to the next. So we've seen technology change like that. There's a bunch of photos of that online. But I don't know if we've seen technology wipe out something in this way and this fast and in such a ruthless way, right? Like they are literally stealing from you and not paying you, not attributing it to you. and it's just happened, and it's already done. Like, there's no undoing it. Like, how do you go back? Like, it's actually probably one of the most ruthless examples of technology stealing someone's job that's ever existed. When you generate words, images, or sounds with many of today's biggest AI tools, you can't know exactly what or how many references were used for that asset, and that may include a wealth of copyrighted work. David Gator, former Dragon Age narrative lead turned Summerfall Studios co-founder, focuses on the moral issue. Artists did not consent to having their data pillaged, he says, and he's not moved by the argument that AI, quote, won't work out as well if it can't scrape literally everything. The counter argument is obvious. If rampant theft is integral to the tech as is, perhaps it should not be allowed to exist as is. Ooh, that's a pretty bold statement right there. I feel like if it affects you, it obviously means so much more to you. Obviously, people who aren't in the, graphic creation space, like if you're not a graphic designer, right? Or if you're not an artist, then it's going to feel not as meaningful because you're like, oh, whatever. But like, I'll give you an example. Like, if someone could create an AI version of me and then create Lucky 10p AI, right? And then they would stream and do all the things I do and upload all the videos I do, and everyone just went and watched them instead. That would be like the equivalent, right? I'd be like, hey, wait a minute, that's me. And then they get paid all the money. They just literally yoink my entire persona. They yoink my entire personality. And everyone just watches that stream because it's way better somehow, or somehow, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It would feel very weird, right? It would feel very unusual. But even in that space, if I was confronted with that, I would be like, well, I'm not happy about it, but that's life, I guess, like that's the way it goes. Like, it sucks, but like that is really, really, really unfortunate that that happened to me. But it's like, what are you gonna do? Like, it's almost like you said, you're shaking your fist at the sky at a certain point. It's like, this isn't gonna do anything. Unless, I guess, some sort of legal guardrails were put in place, but at this stage, I feel like there's not any way of putting the genie back in the bottle. The legal hazard is also enormous. Games have been pulled from sale, overlapses in music copyright, serious regulation or litigation of AI-generated assets could shatter entire studios. To many, the tech isn't worth the copyright landmine. Marvel Rivals executive producer Danny Koo says this is partly why the hit hero shooter doesn't use generative AI at all. He quotes, I think it is better for us to very confidently say all the assets in Marvel Rivals are created by everyone on the team without any assistance from the outside, so it is not poisoned, he explains. I think that's a pretty fair explanation of why you would hire real people so you don't have to deal with the potential litigation of using copyright content, stuff like that. The only issue is that, you hire these devs, and technically the devs are the most expensive part of any game development project. And so let's say you need a team of 10 people to make a project, right? If you use these AI tools, if you only suddenly need 4 people, well, you cut your costs in over half, right? So unfortunately, it's like, you can see how it's like a slippery slope here where things are leaning more in that direction because projects are getting these big projects that took hundreds of people are going to take fewer and fewer people in the future. Imagine if it got so crazy where like an individual could develop a game. Imagine where someone could develop a Destiny 3 by themselves in their own home. Maybe one day when technology gets more powerful, but not in our lifetime, it would seem. There's another major risk to using generative AI in game development and beyond. When companies boast about replacing staff with AI, first of all, they may be lying, as Take-Two CEO Strauss Zelnick argues, and simply using AI as a smokescreen for cost cutting. But when AI does truly stand in for people, it's often put on junior level tasks. Wage-free labor might sound great to shareholders in the short term, but multiple developers warn that eliminating junior positions jeopardizes the long-term health of the industry. This is where it's weird. Like, you shouldn't replace people with AI. What you should do is take the most talented people and give them the most like powerful tools so that way they can do more. I feel like that's the best case scenario. You don't want people that don't know what they're doing to use AI or to use these tools. You want people that are really good and have kind of proven themselves to maybe adopt it and then be able to do more. I feel like that's probably best case scenario, but obviously it's not what's going to happen. in everything. In everything we're seeing, at least. Gator worries, quote, how are we going to train up the next generation of devs if we eliminate every entry-level task? I mean, it's simple. You would just have to train them. Like all the entry-level stuff would just be handled. This is like, it's almost like, how do we have to explain, math to people? It's like, you can just use a calculator for the most part, right? Like a calculator can do a lot of that work. You still need to kind of understand how to use a calculator, right? But you don't need to learn all of those math principles and have to write out, what is, this number times that number and go through and, carry the one, right? Type of shit. You just type it in the calculator. It can, I guess, as a byproduct, make society more dumb. And apparently there's some studies that show that that's happening, which is crazy, that we're getting more and more powerful tools. And so we're not challenging our brains as much anymore. So we're all becoming more stupid, apparently. But overall, you would hope that the next generation would educate themselves, learn about how game development got to this stage, and then also learn the next stage, which is using the most powerful tech. And that involves, to some degree, AI tools, it would seem. Rami Ismail, veteran dev and consultant, and once half of studio Vlambeer, sees, quote, the collapse of the junior pipelines brewing. And this is happening at a time when the games industry is already struggling with brain drain at the top after cataclysmic layoffs, with key devs exiting studios or the industry altogether and taking invaluable knowledge with them. Further cannibalization of junior roles by generative AI could shut out would-be talents, squeezing the industry's workforce from both ends and making a career in games even tougher to navigate. If you can get past these concerns, devs say generative AI cannot do what people can. And that's probably right now, right? Like it can't do what people can do right now. In the future, maybe, right? It's only going to get more powerful, but it's an interesting argument, I guess. Several who have tried it say the technology fails key variety and quality tests, and because it cannot create, it can only derive and imitate. It's unavoidably behind in a creative industry where it's already hard to stand out. We heard the case for using AI for conceptual or non-final assets, but that brings concerns about the foundation you're laying for yourself with that approach. I don't know. I don't see a problem with that. If you wanted to use it for like concept art and stuff to like imagine new things, I don't see that really being an issue. It gives you more options, and basically it just allows you to make a better creative decision when you can visualize things that you ordinarily might not have visualized. Gator reasons that AI's inability to iterate consistently, capture intent, and establish replicable processes makes it impractical for something as complex as game development. I do think there's some limitations, though. I do think that human input is going to be a key element, that capturing intent is actually a big, big caveat that AI might struggle with. And we'll have to see how powerful this thing can get, right? It would be frustrating as hell to make games if you couldn't trace how you got certain results, he says. That's important for making more than one thing in isolation, and especially if you want to get better at making things. But because it is purely focused on output, generative AI use spirals. The more you use it, the more you have to use it, because by using it, you avoid learning the skills to make without it. Jeez. All right, quote, it wouldn't be so bad if generative AI was seen more as an assistant. And I thought it was interesting the way that Asha Sharma was talking about generative AI in her Xbox presentation. She specifically said that AI is meant, in her opinion, everyone can have their own opinion, it's meant to be like problem solving. So if you have a problem, AI can be a tool that can help solve some problems. It's not meant to outright replace people. So I feel like we jumped ahead too far with it. We're like, this technology is powerful. Let's just replace everyone with this. It's like, wait, that's not what we were supposed to do. We were supposed to be like, this technology is really powerful. Let's see what it can do. Let's see what it can't do. Let's see what problems this thing can solve. Let's see what problem this thing can't solve. And then we can basically gauge how powerful it is at this point in time. And with each iteration, with each new model, we can further adjust and see what it can do and what its potential could become. And I think that's a perfectly fair assessment and a perfectly fine way of looking into the issue. Gator finds, but often sees people trying to, quote, clean up after AI is left to do the important work instead, which makes time and leads to mediocre outcomes. He adds, it's not ready for prime time. There's just a lot of executives who really, really want it to be. Here we go. We got new bloodhead. Dave Oshry says, quote, we were fine for decades without it, and we don't need it now. Bluntly calling the tech garbage. Ku reiterates that preserving the identity of Marvel rivals and the passion of the dev team is priority. Ismail won't use it, he explains, because, quote, I like my job and I won't offload it to a machine. He said there's so many different people with such strong stances, and you're not wrong. Like, you're more than welcome to run your company in the way that you do. And I think that, the winner of this sort of arms race will be determined one way or the other. And we'll find out if people and authenticity prevails, or if tools can integrate and without stripping people of that authenticity, and which companies will climb the mountaintop and have the most powerful, most dominant games out there in the games industry. And I don't know what the future is going to be. I genuinely don't know. I'm not here to tell you what I think is right or wrong. You're more than welcome to feel one way or the other. I just see AI as being a pretty powerful tool, and it can be used in ways that make slop, and it's definitely hilarious to watch that. But it can also be used in ways that maybe don't make slop, and that's kind of curious to me. Where I'm like, maybe if it could do the not slop thing more often, then maybe this thing could be valuable. Similarly, Pocket Pair and Palworld Comms lead John Buckley finds generative AI unnecessary because, quote, we have a lot of artists who like doing stuff themselves. Buckley has fielded generative AI accusations throughout Palworld's life. He says Pocket Pair doesn't use it, and there's no discussion to be had at all. He reckons using AI as a search tool or coding assist is a very different conversation. But on generative AI, he stresses the case is shut. Gamers don't want it. Interesting. Let me know how you feel in the comments below. Do you want AI? Do you not want AI for generative AI in your games? Sound off. Let's see what people say. This generative AI side of gaming feels kind of similar to the early crypto stuff. Yeah. Comparing it to crypto or maybe even NFTs, right? Says Buckley, it feels very intrusive. It feels like everyone who is super gung-ho about it isn't from the industry. They're, dare I say, outsiders looking to get rich quick. Where I think it's very different in this case is that gaming lives and dies by the consumers, the players, and the players say they don't want it. Interesting. Says Mansky interrogates a common sales pitch. Right now, the siren song of AI is that it's really fast and really easy, he observes. There's definitely a place for fast and easy, but there's also a place for slow and difficult. I like this. Says Mansky believes creativity emerges when ideas meet problems. If you have a copying algorithm solve all those problems for you, what exactly sets your finished work apart from the things the algorithm copied? That's pretty interesting. Whether or not it's being put to good use, generative AI games is on the rise. A lead developer at a large studio who wished to remain anonymous believes all devs, even those opposed to AI, should examine what it is capable of, arguing we have no choice because it's in your face and it's starting to impact how we work every day. Their personal feeling is also mixed, but they hope that a better understanding of the tech will lead to more right decisions made about it. Fascinating. Nick Herman, co-founder of Dispatch Maker Ad Hoc Studio, says his team is not exploring generative AI as an option, and there's no version where we're ever going to just write a script for AI. Oh, man. Despite this rejection, he wants to be open-minded about the new technology. He remembers the early Photoshop days. Some people said, if you use the software, you're a hack. That's not real art. Oh, no. Oh, no. The early Photoshop days, dude. You're a hack. I imagine there was probably a weird time where people claimed to be digital artists, and people are like, what? That you can't make digital art. It has to be made on a canvas, right? Like, I imagine there are generations where that happens, and I can see why you could draw similarities to that, where people scoff, like the new generation scoffs, right? Or the old generation scoffs at the new technology, right? This is a little bit different though, because it's literally stealing from people. So we'll give that caveat there. But it is an important point to make where, every time something new comes out, the old heads, right? And I'm in that group now that I am old. We tend to be very skeptical. The only reason why I have, I guess, maybe a more ambitious approach when it comes to maybe AI or new technology. It's not even an AI thing that I'm like, I'm not pro AI, by the way. I'm just pro curious about new technology. That's what I am. I like new technology. I'm curious. Technology has enhanced my life in so many different ways that I'm like, let's see what this can do. And if it's stupid, I'm like, that's stupid. Like I'm not opposed to calling something stupid when it's stupid, but I am very curious. And I do feel like technology is this thing that it doesn't just stop, right? It's not like if everyone just unanimously voted and said AI is dumb and then it would just disappear, right? It's going to keep getting better and keep iterating itself and keep evolving. And I'm just curious to see where it goes more than anything, right? I'm more of a bystander. Like I don't have a horse in this race. I am not developing a video game. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not currently secretly working on Destiny 3 when I'm off stream using, Chat GPT or what's that, Claude? I'm not using Claude in generating a Destiny 3, I promise. So I have no horse in the race. I'm not biased one way or the other. I'm purely just curious about what is happening, where it's going to go, and what people are saying. And I'm also not very easily I'm not very easily convinced or persuaded of one opinion or the other. I tend to be very skeptical of everything. So when a game dev, no matter how prestigious they are or how uh, universally loved they are or whatever incredible projects they've made, when they say we hate AI, we're not using this, I'm like, okay, whatever. Like I just think it's just that doesn't sway me in any way. Like, and when people say we're pro AI and we want to do AI everything, I'm like, all right, what does that look like? I'm purely just guided by the evidence, right? If the evidence is good, if we can make games that are good or lower the cost of the production cost that it takes to make games, I'm curious to see what that looks like. Just curious. That's all it is. It's curiosity for me, at least. And you're more than welcome to have a different opinion if you want. Someone said, we want Destiny 3. Yeah. But now if you don't know Photoshop, you're going to get a job. Literally, yeah. Like ironically, art went completely flipped on its head, right? If you didn't know Photoshop before, or if you started to use Photoshop, you were a hack. Now you have to know Photoshop or else you're not even a real artist. Like you can't even possibly be an artist in the digital world. So I do think that's where it will probably go, where you're going to need to learn these AI tools and learn to work with this technology and adapt it. So that way it's not you versus the technology. You want to be like me. I'm a super talented artist. I'm super, I have done all these incredible things. I have, expertise in this field. And I'm going to create this tool that allows me to do more than I've ever done before. And I think that route is probably the best route possible, but I don't know. It seems like not everyone's on board with that. Seems like that's maybe a mischaracterization of the situation to some degree. So it's hard to say what will happen. I personally don't have some hard-coded opinion that's so strong I'm not allowing that to change over time. Yet he sees no reason to use AI creatively and can't shake a similar feeling. I definitely do have an initial reaction that this isn't how art should be made. Interesting. People have this, like, I got a gut feeling about it. When Gen AI is used in games, it routinely fails to meet expectations. It's not necessarily that AI has no use cases whatsoever, but many devs told me it's being oversold and underregulated, and they resent seeing it forced into roles it's not suited for, often despite resistance from people in those roles. Many devs have been told by higher ups that AI will unlock their creativity, but a lot of those devs are expected to find the proof of that themselves. Yet heavy-handed integration can instead make AI an obstacle. Sam Barlow, a former Silent Hill writer, now known for Her Story and Immortality, calls the current uses of generative AI, quote, inefficient and broken. He proves Gator's point, mentioning a colleague who was asked to clean up AI-generated dialogue for a lower rate on a shorter timeline. But the actual work was much harder than writing everything fresh because they had to keep trying to figure out what the original intent was or fix things that made no sense at all, he says. Oh man, that's awful. I feel like a lot of this would be fixed in some ways if there was more transparency in game development. Like if we could see the process happening, maybe we could, understand more what's happening. Like a lot of it's just like behind closed curtains and we have no clue what the hell's going on. So we're left to interpret things. Like we're like, oh yeah, you should definitely use this thing. When in actuality, maybe it's not as good as we think it is, but maybe in the future it'll get more powerful and it will be what we imagine it to be. But right now it seems like there's a good amount of problems with it. Generative AI has been held up by some as an antidote to the swelling production costs and timelines in the industry. This is what we've been talking about. I actually think that this might be the savior of, these expensive games, particularly for AAA games, these like multiple $100 million projects, the Concords out there, the Marathons, that even the Destiny 3s, right? Strange Scaffold boss Zalavier Nelson Jr., a prolific dev who's worked on over 100 games, says generative AI won't solve these time or money problems because it doesn't address their real issue, and if anything, could enable more excess. Interesting. Generative AI is a can button, not a should button, and every game you have loved is built off of shoulds, he argues. For all people who say it will let us finally make our big games faster and cheaper as the costs go exponentially up, the unspoken decision that has occurred is that rather than ask whether the size of the game is feasible and whether it provides the thing that is most meaningful for a player, they have decided that the sheer scope is the god of their development process, and it must be fulfilled at all costs. I mean, we want huge games. Let's be real. We're not going to, settle for tiny, small games. So we want huge games, and that requires a huge developmental team and a huge budget. However, in the process, some of these games are flopping, which means that these studios don't want to continue to make these huge games because it's such a risk. So now we're left with this weird, like, okay, well, can we use these tools and still make huge games with less upfront cost and risk? Is that possible? And it's an interesting question, but it would seem as though the answer is not as black and white as we would think. Bruce Straley is a Naughty Dog veteran, best known for games like Uncharted 4 and The Last of Us, and now he's heading up Coven of the Chickenfoot as an indie. On generative AI, he admits, "I'm scared is how I feel. I'm scared for what it means for everything that I've learned about game development. I'm scared for the old ways that I've thought about how to build a team, what I've learned about skill and craft." But he maintains, you still need people to have taste, and you need people to understand craft to be able to get to an end result that is worth anything, pushing back on the magic bullet narrative. As I weighed the 32 interviews transcribed for this article against the endorsements showered on AI, much of what I see reads like conflict between people who want to do the work and those who just want to wish things into being. I would be interested in seeing what some of the devs who are using it think and how they feel about it, like the ones that have done it in a successful way, perhaps. On top of the moral, environmental, and legal concerns, many devs do not understand the desire to outsource the processes that drew them to this field in the first place. I always felt game development is one of those jobs you only do when you really want to do it, says Ismail, as you're unlikely to get rich in an industry that lays off people for making super hits. That's true. That's funny. Developers told me they could not find a productive creation application for AI. That could be because the proposed efficiency gains have not materialized. The impact on the team morale can be devastating. Player goodwill can sour in an instant, or AI-generated work is reliably inferior. Even if all of this is improved and Gen AI become much more convincing and sustainable, there are still concerns of painting yourself into a corner by becoming reliant on volatile technology. There are measurable consequences and creative implications attached to generative AI, and people clearly care about how their art is made. Wow, very interesting stuff. It's cool seeing it from that side of things. Let me know what you think about the topic down in the comment section below. I'll shut up. I need to listen more to understand what this whole AI debate is all about. What's good, Dark Web? Do we already use AI in our games? To some degree, yeah. This is a post from... We do use it. There's also tools. Like, it's hard to distinguish. It's not quite like black and white. It's not like AI one day and no AI the next day, but like this is literally Bungie seems to be embracing generative AI for game development. This was years ago. It's a good topic. It's one that's going to be debated for a long time. And it's also one that's going to change every day. We recently saw Claude. It was like generating Minecraft. Did you see that? Let me see this. All right. Oh no, this was 5 months ago. Oh God. Dude, look at this. Make Minecraft from complete zero. Oh no.
Prompt better, but I truly don't even think it needs that. It'll just make the prompt itself and re-enter it, but we will now send it. This is the Claude Fable 5 test. Now Claude has been doing crazy things. Here are the benchmarks for Fable 5 compared to the other AIs. This is just craziness. Like the claims they're saying clearly sounds unreal to me. That's why we're testing it in this video, because I kind of don't believe it, but I kind of do. Like Claude has been going crazy. All right, so it's rewriting the prompt right now. That actually took fairly fast. I thought Fable 5 was going to take. Claude is finally done, and bro, it gave me this screenshot. I couldn't believe it. This looks exactly like Minecraft, but enough talking. Let's go and play this. All right, here it is. It's called Voxelcraft, and just look at the textures. It generated all of this from zero, from nothing. All right, let's click to play. Oh my god, it feels just like Minecraft too. The controls obviously work. It made the grass. I'm actually tweaking out. Oh my god. In one prompt, mind you. We got dirt. We actually could see the blocks in our hands. The glass looks like glass. We can crouch. Wait, but can we run though? Yes, we can. It has a slight zoom animation too. The sky looks pretty.
We are so unbelievably cooked, my dudes. We are so unbelievably cooked.
Minecraft.
I use DeepSeek V4 every day. What does that do? Tell me what that does, Blue Thunder.
Like, can we break things? Can we break this tree? Oh my god, we could break the tree. Look at this. It didn't drop anything though. Are we in creative mode? Oh my god, we are. We're in creative mode. It made Minecraft from one prompt. It really did it. I can't believe this. So guys, I'm not gonna lie. It's time to wrap up every other AI. As I said, bro, I put all my bets on Claude since the beginning, bro. Look at this. Fable 5. And this. Wait, let's add the windows. Hold on. Add the windows right here. Look at my little house, man. I didn't add like every material. I told you just to make the basics of Minecraft, and it add these blocks by itself. I can't.
That's crazy, dude. What the fuck? Can it make other? He makes Fortnite? Oh no. Oh no.
L 20 drop in, 1 walk out. So let's go drop in and let's press space to drop. Look at the map though. The map. Oh my god. Oh, here's my glider. Okay. What the heck? This is the best Fortnite clone we've gotten. Okay, we have our pickaxe in our hand.
This is not nearly as good, dude. Minecraft was way better. This is Fortnite, dog. Okay, maybe our jobs are safe.
And I see some guns and stuff over there. Also see some bots walking in. Getting some mats. About to start cranking 90s. That guy right there is shooting. So let's try to pick up this sniper right here. Tempest AR, sniper, and light ammo. Let's try to kill this guy. I missed. Reloading. Come on. Yo, I'm actually terrible. All right, let's use our AR. Did he just build a wall? AI could build? Oh my goodness. Right,
he built a wall. There's no way.
Got this guy. Who was he shooting at? This guy right here. Pick up that light ammo. Boom, got him. All right, let's start building a bit. Some walls right here, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie, I lost my skill of cranking 90s in Fortnite like 3 years ago, bro. I'm just amazed at what Fable could do. We really built a Fortnite-esque.
This isn't Roblox, dude. This is literally Fable. This is Claude Fable 5. They disabled it the same day because of like government concerns. It was like they could like hack people's emails.
Game. Look at the map, by the way. It generated all this. How did it generate this map? Bro, who is this? It should be one shot, right? Yes, it is.
Note that this AI game can be made by AI because AI basically copied and pasted the textures. Yeah, so it's an interesting point, right? It steals the assets from the real game, right? And then makes this other game. The part that's fascinating about that, you're like, okay, that's stupid. Like, it's just a shitty version of the better game, right? Take it a step further, though, right? Imagine when it gets better. Imagine when it could make multiple maps. Imagine when it could just AI generate DLCs. All I'm saying is just imagine a world, right, where it can be super, super powerful. It's at least just fascinating to see, even if it does drain apparently all of the world's water, which is obviously a big problem. There's some big environmental concerns here. You know, we're not ignoring that by any means. We're not saying that none of that is valid. We're just kind of assessing the situation of what people are doing and where it's at right now.
You know what's
And
crazy?
this shit is crazy powerful, dude.
The storm is also shrinking, bro. And you know what I really like? The AI are fighting each other. So it's really, oh my god, this guy almost killed me. Oh, I won. Okay, he was the last guy. This was really good. I'm not gonna lie, this was really good. What's the point of using any other AI at this point? I mean, like, as you can see right here, my 5-hour limit was up and it literally used $18 to make this Fortnite game.
$18 to make this Fortnite game? Oh my god, they charged him 18 bucks for that. That's actually kind of expensive. Fuck.
Now, the last thing we really need to do is to make GTA from scratch. Let's see how far Fable.
He's gonna make GTA 6 in AI? Oh no. An hour later?
Okay, an hour later, Fable 5 is finally done. And
he made GTA San Andreas.
And here is GTA San Andreas clone. Now, I want it to be known that it could have gone even further, but it literally couldn't because my limits. It made a world, that's definitely for sure. It made a massive world at that, and everything was meticulously placed. You know what I mean? It just looks very nice. Look at the trees over there. Like, it literally made this. Only things that it didn't make that well in the Fortnite and this one is the player model. It could definitely use a bit of work. To make this in an hour is definitely impressive. Everything is super smooth. Like, the gameplay controls everything. The shadows, how it feels on my computer, it feels very smooth. I can even sprint. That's crazy.
Peak content, bro, dude. This is peak content right here. That's what I'm saying, Flo. That's what I'm saying. You hiring? You better be hiring, boy.
If you were to build this even...
I'm watching, we're checking out what this Claude Fable 5 was able to generate before it got shut down. Pretty fascinating stuff, dude. Pretty crazy situation. Tell it to build Destiny 3. Ironically, I mean, I'm not going to be the one to do it because that's super expensive, but ironically, someone probably will, maybe when it gets put back up online. And we'll see what the result is. We'll see what it can make for Destiny 3. It'll look like blocky, shitty Roblox Destiny 3, I'm sure, but it'll be funny to see. It will be funny to see. All right, chat. I'm going to have to head out for the night, so that's going to be a wrap for me. Thank you all for watching the stream and hanging out. We've been live for almost 5 hours. We got a bunch of videos cranked out. We checked out some of the glitches. We played with the new spare rations. We got a lot more to do, but I'm going to head out for the night and get those videos up. And I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be streaming again. Apparently, there'll be another TWID. There's only a few left, so I'll see you then. Thanks for the follows, the subs, the bits, the donations. Thank you for spending your time here. I'll see you back here mañana.